Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rem and Sam podcast. We're live. We've got the most important night of meaningless sports possible. The NBA Cup continues, night 2, and Mike Tyson is fighting Jake Paul. We'll be here all night, people. We'll be here for all of it, and we'll eventually get to the fights. Don't worry. It's not just the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight as well, too. It's an entire fight card, and we were checking it out as well. The co-headline for the event, and I wish I remembered the names of the people here. Oh, okay. Here, we got the card pulled up. It is... The co-headline event is Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano for Taylor's IBF, WBA, WBC, and WBO Women's Super Lightweight titles. So there's 4 belts on the line here in the co-main event for the evening. I mean, that's a real fight, ladies and gentlemen. And then in the fight before that, Mario Barrios versus Abel Ramos for Barrios' WBC welterweight title as well. There's also a fight for the women's vacant WBO super middleweight title. So, I mean, there's titles all over the place. They made up a BMF belt in the UFC. They couldn't just make up a belt for the Tyson-Jake Paul fight. An honorary boxing BMF belt, the BBF ML belt. I don't know what it would be called, but we're nervous. We're excited. We don't necessarily have any money on the line right now, but there is some stuff in the bet slips. Make no mistake. FanDuel has enticed us with some props, but we may stay strong. This may be another instance where we don't want to be using our betting powers to affect what's happening because, I mean, Jake Paul's a heavy favorite right now. And I think it's not wrong, obviously. Well, obviously, you know, but I don't think it's too far off. And I think the line is even moving for him as well, too. I feel like I looked at it at one point today and it was minus 205. And then I was looking at it a little bit earlier. It was minus 245. But maybe I saw it at 205 somewhere else. Oh, so it is moving around. Okay, so right now it's minus 225. Excuse me. So maybe we weren't as crazy after all. Mike Tyson is plus 180. So we know where the value is at. But, and with the old, well, you know, the legend, the pedigree, Mike Tyson. I mean, just for us, the chance to even bet Mike Tyson as an underdog. Do we just have to do that, people? Pause. I think I didn't even put that in the realm of possibility as things that were going to happen in our sporting lifetime as we were going to be watching and, you know, really talking about like a Mike Tyson boxing match that, again, doesn't have any real stakes. Though if Jake Paul does win this, I think there is talks about him calling out Canelo Alvarez and then what a potential fight for them would look like. So I guess I don't know what belts Alvarez has right now. We're not that deep into the boxing. Pause. But I don't even know, would he put him on the line for that type of fight? Would it just be some kind of exhibition? I don't know the boxing game well enough to know how the mechanics of that would work. But, you know, there is a potential big move here for Jake Paul if there is a win. But just in the immediate, what does this fight actually mean? You know, for a fight that's this high stakes, or again, for a fight that has nothing on this, it does feel like a high stakes type of event. There's a lot of anticipation around it. And, oh man, if Tyson goes down, people, tonight, that's just not going to be good. We don't want to see the old man go down. They were rerunning fights, old Tyson fights on ESPN this week. Instead of the Manning cast on Monday Night Football, on ESPN2, they had an old Mike Tyson fight. And I forget the guy that he was fighting, but he was like some pre-version of Tyson Fury that wasn't quite as coordinated or strong or whatever yet. But he was built and looked as big as like Tyson Fury would be in the heavyweight division. And I mean, Tyson's power, and that's the thing too, like, you know, you see the clips and stuff and you see the highlights, but then you're actually watching the fight in full rounds. And I mean, make no mistake, there was times where we were just like, oh, wait a second, there's actually a Monday night game on. And, you know, it's a Mike Tyson fight. It wasn't that long, even on the rerun. But just the power, even in the short range that this guy has, because that's like the thing with Pereira in the UFC is even when it doesn't seem like he's getting a powerful shot off necessarily, like, is that a pause? He's just such a powerful guy that those shots are going to land and they're going to be knockout blows, even if they're not going to be as clean for other people. And it's like, yeah, Tyson obviously had that maybe to the most degree of anybody we've ever seen. Again, we're not the boxing people to go out there and just say that Tyson, I mean, I will say that Tyson was the strongest puncher ever. I don't think we're going to be too far off with that. I don't think that's necessarily a reach, but you know, if there's some guy out there that, you know, I don't know, was Larry Holmes, like, I don't know if there's like a technical guy that the technical boxing people are super into. Maybe Tyson is that guy, but just watching it in the old Tyson, it's like, okay, if he is even in close range and in on the body on Jake Paul, then I don't think Jake Paul has had that kind of, not just necessarily power either, but that a guy that could do that kind of damage in that kind of close range. Again, we don't know, people. We're just guessing because we're dipping our toes into the meaningless Netflix exhibition boxing game. But we're just trying to figure out the path for our guy Iron Mike to pull out the win here because, again, Vegas is not stupid, people. Like, they wouldn't put Jake Paul at minus 225 is big odds, and they would not just do that. Maybe they would just to get action. I mean, that's the whole point. But, you know, there's a balance to it as well, too. They're not trying to lose the money. So they really think that Jake Paul is going to take this one. And even with the fights that the rules of the fight and the way that they have it organized, where, I mean, they're really clearly working around Tyson's age. They've shortened the fight just about as much as you can. I mean, it's 8 2-minute rounds. I don't know if you do like 6 3-minute rounds or, you know, whatever. It's like the shortest version of a fight that you could do. And make no mistake, people, they've already had to postpone this fight one time for Mike Tyson health issues. So there's just a lot up in the air surrounding Mike versus, yeah, I mean, you know what you're going to get with Jake Paul, a young and up and comer. And I mean, people, when has the old man ever had the stamina to keep up with the young bucks? I don't know if it's ever happened. Maybe a couple of times, but I guess Mike Tyson would be one of the few exceptions too that would sneak into that list. But if this was like an NBA matchup, if this was a one-on-one game, I was thinking about this today at work because make no mistake, it was a slow day at the restaurant there for a second. But if this was like a one-on-one matchup between a couple of NBA players, like a 60-year-old NBA player versus a decent up-and-comer, like G Leaguer type guy. I don't even, you know, we're not trying to be disrespectful to the Jake Paul, but it's like just where he's at in the course of boxing. You know, I don't even know if he had like a dozen professional fights at this point. So, you know, he's beaten some high name guys. So maybe, you know, lottery pick. Well, you know, a lottery pick versus like a 60-year-old guy. Like how old? We don't want to just start saying old guys too, because you never know who's still hanging on and who's still out there. But Dominique, how old is Dominique? In the media, Dominique is, where's his age at? They don't give us an age. Oh, Dominique is 64. Okay, so he's 5 years older than Iron Mike. That would be definitely a little bit different. If Mike was in his mid-60s, I mean, maybe the only thing age-wise that's, you know, giving us a little bit of faith is just the 5 in his age. But, you know, a couple years off there maybe doesn't make a big difference. Let's go skip ahead in the draft a few years. And let's find like a, so that would be where we're thinking like 87. So would this be like a Reggie Miller? Is Reggie Miller 60? Reggie Miller's looking good. I mean, Mike Tyson looks good as well too. I mean, Mike might be the best looking 58-year-old now. If anything, this fight has forced Mike Tyson to be the best looking 58-year-old. They just named John Krasinski sexiest man alive. And can Mike Tyson knock out Jake Paul and then People, who does that? People magazine, can they just redo the cover after the fight if he wins? I think it might be fitting. And I mean, with the bod that the man's gotten. Oh, sorry, people. Where'd the camera go? Are we back? 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're back, people. Welcome in. Fight night. Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. Here we are. But we're trying to think if this was a one-on-one matchup versus NBA player, how would we view that versus a boxing match. And it's obviously very, very different sports. But Reggie Miller, 87 draft. Reggie Miller is 59. So if this was like a Reggie Miller versus Brandon Miller, I mean, Brandon Miller, if it was Reggie Miller versus Brandon Miller, like with all due respect to Reggie Miller, Brandon Miller might never make the Hall of Fame. I mean, there's no guarantee that Brandon Miller ever even makes an All-Star game. The man looks good. The three-point shooting has been there ever since he's got in the league. But, Reggie Miller is all 75 greatest players of all time, one of the absolute legends of the NBA. And then, Brandon Miller, could he even have the broadcasting career of Reggie Miller? Like, who's to say? But if they were playing one-on-one tonight on Netflix, Brandon Miller versus Reggie Miller, I mean, make no mistake, people, Brandon Miller is cooking Reggie Miller. It's just what it is. I mean, Brandon Miller's and maybe Brandon Miller's a little bit, is that not fair? Because in boxing, you have to be a little bit farther along. How old is Jake Paul? Okay, we want to be fair to Mike Tyson. We don't want to discredit him in any way. And look at this, people. We're so worried for our guy Mike. We forgot about the start of the Spurs-Lakers game, which, I mean, will be the first actual heavyweight matchup of the evening. Victor Wembanyama versus Anthony Davis. Game 1 for each of these teams in their pursuit for the NBA Cup. The Spurs taking on the NBA Cup champions right away. Whoa. They did not give us an easy NBA Cup championship path, but it doesn't matter. Victor Wembanyama. Okay, so Jake Paul is 27. So I feel like, Jake Paul at 27. Whew. The man is at the peak of his powers. Peak T for Jake Paul right now at 27 years old. Hopefully Mike Tyson's been taking his boosters all the way leading up into this fight. COVID and testosterone alike. But if this was, an Oklahoma drill versus a 60-year-old defensive lineman in Najee Harris. Again, we're not even saying like Breece Hall, a guy that you're like, people could be split on, but has had moments. Like, if this was okay, so maybe the name, and with all due respect to Reggie Miller, if we're taking this a little, just looking at this from a different angle, does the name value, did we pick a wrong legend for Mike Tyson? If this was an Oklahoma drill between Lawrence Taylor and Najee Harris, I mean, make no mistake, we'd all want Lawrence Taylor to win this Oklahoma drill, but again, he's 60 years old. Now, Lawrence Taylor, maybe he could find a way to step back in the time machine in multiple ways to help him win this drill, but the mean streak, and maybe, maybe Mike Tyson and Lawrence Taylor have a lot of overlap on and off the field, but, that killer mentality that Lawrence Taylor has, is that the thing that we think that keeps him in this fight? Because that's really what it is, right? It's Mike Tyson's mind. Mike Tyson is going to win this fight with his mind. I mean, he's going to win it with his power, but, it's going to be the years of experience and know-how to be able to control the fight and be able to, play the defense on Jake Paul as well, too, because, I mean, Jake Paul does have power. Like, Jake Paul has knocked out guys in like legit ways, like crumpled guys to the floor. And that's the thing about knockouts, knockout power as well too. It's like, I get maybe, again, on a technical level, the cleanliness of a shot, maybe you're able to land on a guy at the lower levels might be different than a guy at like an elite guy. Obviously Floyd, if you just scaling up the levels, like maybe Jake Paul's not going to get it like a clean knockout look on a guy like the greatest boxing defender of all time. But, I mean, you see it as well with legends, too, in, like, the UFC. Like, Adesanya, Pereira, they both got clean shots on each other in their fight. Pause. But maybe Mike Tyson's able to stave him off in that way because, I mean, Jake Paul is, again, he's crumpled guys to the mat. And you get hit. And chin is a skill as well, too. I don't know if that's a pause. Like, the ability to absorb a hit is definitely a skill and, genetic and however you want to say it. Like, it's definitely a part of your game. But still, like, I mean, you go through the McGregor package and whatever great legend knockout guy you want to go through. And it's like the knockouts that he's going to have at the lower level, like he's crumpling guys all the way to the top. And, just because, again, Mike Tyson is a boxing legend doesn't mean if Jake Paul didn't get a clean look on him that Mike Tyson wouldn't go down, especially at his age. Spurs, hot start in the NBA Cup, up 11-4. First 4 minutes, JJ Redick, first time out of the game. Mitch Johnson, shout out Greg Popovich, get well soon. Hopefully we see you back on the sideline. And shout out to Mitch Johnson as well, too, taking the reins. The best new coach, who's the best new coach in the game right now? JJ Redick or Mitch Johnson? Maybe we'll find out in this matchup. But it's going to be Mike Tyson controlling the fight. I think Mike Tyson weakening him with the body shots, loosening him up, and then maybe it's Jake Paul's just so worried about that body shot defense that Mike Tyson's able to get one of those looks, or maybe he does actually go the distance as well, too. I know that that's in the betting odds, like the most unlikely thing to happen is Mike Tyson to win this by decision, which, I mean, I guess back in the day as well, too, that wouldn't have been a super likely thing because, I mean, Tyson was going to KO you, but nobody's like giving Mike Tyson a chance in a 16-minute fight that maybe he's able to survive all the rounds, especially if he's able to keep it in close. So I feel like that is definitely a bigger slice of the how does Mike Tyson win this pie chart than people are giving it credit for. But, still maybe a lesser, I don't know, maybe hot take, maybe he wins by decision. Maybe that is more likely than a knockout. Because again, I feel like, and maybe it's like maybe like we were saying, it's body sort of combination. And then in the midst of the combination, he goes in and gets him on the chin and then kind of puts him down. I don't know if Mike Tyson, if he knocks Jake Paul out, I don't know if he's going to knock him out cold like that. In the Mike Tyson fashion, I think he would definitely stun Jake. I think it would be a referee stops the fight sort of situation. Or, I don't know if Mike Tyson is very aggressive right now. I think it's not UFC, but I think he'll definitely, keep fighting for as long as possible. And again, the fighting-ness in that part of it as well, too, is he's not going to take a couple seconds off and not finish the fight because he's 60 years old now. He's going to see it through that Jake Paul's finished. But I don't know if like Jake Paul, I definitely think it is more possible that we see Tyson just knocked out cold, straight to the mat, and we know it's over, versus Tyson do that to Paul. But if he gets in, gets him a couple times, stuns him, gets him going backwards, overwhelms him, ref gets in. Maybe we get a nice ref as well, too. Tyson can slip this guy at 20. Really, maybe he was a big Tyson. Maybe, hopefully the ref had a Tyson poster in his room at some point as well, too. If the ref has a kid has like a Jake Paul poster in his room, that's definitely going to be... We need to do a house search of this referee real quick. Hopefully he's just, single guy, loved boxing in the 80s. So maybe he steps in and is favorable in the call. Mark Goddard, can we get an early stop? Is Mark Goddard reffing the fight? But Jake Paul's power is definitely a real thing. It's a scary thing. And we are nervous for our guy, Iron Mike Tyson. But speaking of heavyweights, Victor Wembanyama, we may have to do some more editing to the YouTube channel, people. I know, like we said, we're having some IT issues. We're working to get the Spotify back together. We've had some, some streams with some stuff that we've had to cut out, but we may have to cut out the Victor Wembanyama slander from the three-point line, because make no mistake, people, he's turned it around. The man is now Ray Allen, whatever great. Bring back Reggie Miller. He's Reggie Miller at 7.5 feet tall. He's hit 6 threes in 3 straight games. I don't even think maybe Reggie Miller did that. There was a stat. There was a stat we were seeing going around. I guess the last couple of guys to do it, I think, in a game, over that course, 3-game course in a season at any point, were like Steph and Clay in 2022. So maybe there wasn't a Reggie Miller piece in there that we were thinking about. But Reggie Miller, obviously capable enough. Reggie Miller would have done it if he was playing today. And Brandon Miller, he may do it. He may have like a 6'5" and 6 stretch at some point in his career. Now, guys are shooting threes so much, he'll definitely do it now. But Oh, wait, what just happened to our our stream, people? Sorry, we just went back to the courtside coverage. I was like, wait a second, did they just tease us with like some rerun of a game before that? Sometimes the streaming service, shout out Sling, it's great, but sometimes it glitches. Or maybe we hit a refresh and we didn't realize it, but all of a sudden we were back to Shanae and Perk in the studio, and shout out, we love watching them, but JJ Ray could just call the timeout. Wemby was on a run. We got to get back to the game. Steven Castle. And Castle has looked really good as well, too. And, you know, him being in the starting lineup, we thought maybe was that just them experimenting a little bit with Vassell out. But he plays the game with like it almost seems like the game is really slowed down for him in a way where, you know, he's not like, again, like a 20-point scorer and dissecting and doing all this stuff. Like, he still needs to figure out where everything is going, but you don't ever see him get sped up by any defenders or any amount of ball pressure or whatever. He just stays calm. He's able to get to his spots on his drive, and he's always got some kind of counter fake thing ready to go when the defender gets him on like a closeout or something. And anytime he's in the lane, it seems like open, little floater, under control. Again, it's just kind of the understanding of the offense. And just the understanding as well, too, I think of sometimes, especially in the spacing thing that we're doing now in the NBA, how different guys can move around on the perimeter and where guys' spots are going to be at as you drive, and, you know, how guys are going to fill the different gaps in on the court. Davis taking Wemby off the dribble, can't get the layup to go. Wemby's going to go in transition. I thought he was going to pull the three over Austin Reeves. We want him to shoot him now. They're going in. Make them all your hot, buddy. No, keep playing smart basketball. We want to see, obviously, Wembanyama develop to be the maximum version of the player that he can be. Maybe that is the guy that hits 6 threes a game. But swinging the ball to Chris Paul in the corner for the open three. Great work. Chris Paul, is that his first points in like a week? His impact, it's still there. Wemby, Davis was taking him, going right again. Same thing. Davis isolating from the left side, driving through the paint right-handed with the layup. They get Wemby on the foul that time. Can we get a replay? Mitch Johnson, do we use a challenge this early? Davis, second in the league in scoring right now with 30 points a game. And were we thinking about a little Davis-Mike Tyson parlay? There was definitely talks and thoughts of it. But, again, ultimately, well, we're going to have fun watching the Spurs tonight. We're not going to we always seem to be betting against the weaknesses on our team, which maybe that is the smart move. It's like, hey, we watch this every week. We know where they're going to get exposed. Let's go ahead and take advantage of it on the market. But I don't know. Do we want to just go, hey, yeah, Davis is going to toast Wemby. Let's profit off of it. Maybe we do. Now that we've said that out, talked it out a little bit, it does feel like we're really missing an opportunity. The greedy side is taking over, people. Wemby with LeBron in the post. The future versus the present that goes to Christmas present. Oh. Wemby with the falling away, fade away, air ball, corner. I don't even know what that was. I mean, I get LeBron is probably stronger than Wemby, but you can try to take into the basket a little bit. Get a foul on LeBron. Make the refs, put the refs in an awkward position. And LeBron picking up a foul with 6 minutes in the first quarter? Unheard of. Chris Paul with the turnover. Leading a very smart transition. Not passing the ball to anybody. Giving up to Castle. See, Reddish hounding him. Still gets into his look and draws a foul. I mean, Castle might end up being a 20-point scorer by the end of the year. I would not be surprised. If the last, 20 is that's a good stretch. It's a quarter of the season if the last 20 games he was 20 points a game. But, if we saw a run last 10, 15 games, 21, 22 points a game from Castle, and, the numbers now as well, too. Maybe the new 20 is like 22, so maybe Castle's 22, 23 points a game. But in that range, low 20s. Missing the first free throw, not helping our case at all. And again, the NBA Cup is in full swing, and the card has opened up, people. The broadcast has started on Netflix. Should we small screen this for now? And shout out to Netflix. Oh, here we go. Okay, it's now on the front page of the app. When you open it up, it's the first thing that you see. Obviously, it should be. But when we opened it up a little bit earlier, we were searching it out at like right before we jumped on, seeing just getting a lay of the land, seeing where it's mapping out the route. But when we logged on to Netflix like an hour ago, it wasn't even on the front page of the home page. There was like some Jennifer Aniston movie, so maybe our algorithm knows us better than we thought. Maybe it's like, no, actually, you'd rather see this than this fight. But yeah, now that it's going, we can tap in. We are good to go. Oh boy, people. And we're still a ways away, hours away from Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. So kick back and watch Wembanyama take on the Lakers. He's doing a good job. Well, he's not in right now. He's out of the game. It's the Zach Collins minutes. So go back to the fights. We'll keep you updated. Connect from the outside. He connects. The Lakers cut it to 9. And Castle, I mean, he just shakes Reeves out of his boots. Reeves is no match. And Davis is going to give him the open look. Look at that. Castle with the pump fake. The drive to the rim was unsuccessful. Oh, it turned it even to a bigger disaster. He missed the drive, got the rebound, and then Davis recovered from that pump fake, got revenge with the block. Now the Lakers are going the other way. Oh, Johnson pulls the chair out from under LeBron. And somehow that's Johnson's fault. Somehow that's a foul on him. Just moving out of the way. Yeah, that's just a LeBron fell down foul. It is what it is, people. He's 20 years in the league, and he's, the second greatest player of all time. So if he falls down, the player that's guarding him is going to get called for a foul. It's just how it goes. But, yeah, stack hard. 8 rounds. Tyson Paul. Does Paul get to wear the diamond-studded ear guards in the fight? I don't know if that's makes me more confident or less confident in Jake Paul, because it's, on one hand, any kind of talk that you get just gets Mike Tyson more motivated. But the confidence that Jake Paul has, and he's a guy that has delivered on his confidence. I mean, the only person I think we've seen him lose to is Tommy Fury, right? Let's pull up his boxing record here real quick. Jake Paul, remind us, what have you been up to? Are you even worthy of this fight? Definitely the one loss to Tommy Fury. But I don't know if he had another one in there. No, he's 10-1. So, yeah, Anderson Gibb was his first fight. Shout out. Definitely some YouTuber. But Nate Robinson, Ben Askren, the back-to-back versus Tyron Woodley, Anderson Silva, then Tommy Fury. Then it was the Nate Diaz fight. And then Andre Agassi versus Andre Agassi, and then Ryan Borland. And then, yeah, Mike Perry was his last fight. I mean, he TKO'd Mike Perry, people. Mike Perry's a champion. Mike Perry's like an active fighter up until recently. And again, I mean, Mike Perry's 33. On a bit of a losing streak in the UFC. Started off 11-1, and now his career record is 14-8. Some matchups against Daniel Rodriguez, Tim Means. Lost to Jeff Neal, the head kick TKO. I remember seeing that one. Yeah, UFC 245. The old Usman versus Covington match. Not necessarily the main event that you would remember, but Holloway versus Volkanovski as well. Nunez in that card. You can't ever forget that. But shout out Jeff Neal. I remember seeing that, and we were like, whoa, Jeff Neal stock. But unfortunately, he doesn't have his belt yet. But again, Mike Perry has really shown some stuff. Bare Knuckle Boxing Male Fighter of the Year in 2023. King of Violence Championship? Whoa. The Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. The King of Violence. Is that the best championship name of all of sports, chat? We might have to put that one on the list. That's a crazy name. King of Violence. And it was Mike Perry until Jake Paul knocked him out. So is this the King of Violence belt between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul? It's like a generational belt. Cedric the Entertainer in studio on panel. Not a studio live in person, but doing the studio show desk. They're going to be a stack show tonight, people. Guests, can we just tap in the guests from the guest on the Netflix show if we turn the volume up? We'll just pretend it's us. We'll make it work. Okay, I think we might be a ways away from even the first fight. And oh, chat, we need to make sure everybody has access to the stream, chat. Don't forget, we may, I don't want to promise anything, chat, but we may not be alone. I mean, that's always been the biggest question, of course. Are we alone in the universe? But we may have an answer in a little bit. Whoa, wait a second. We're hitting the wrong controls, chat. Okay, we're back. It's either invite somebody or shut down the whole stream. Those are the only two options with those control buttons. So we've got to be careful with what we choose. Ariel Hawani looking good. Beautiful suit. Shout out. Who's calling the fight? And I don't know who the big names are in the boxing world. I don't know if, any of the UFC crossover is going to happen. Is Anik going to be on the call? AT&T Stadium in Jerry World. So it's a good thing they're doing it at night. Otherwise, the sun would be in Tyson's eyes. Jake Paul, that would be Mike Tyson's strategy. Spin Jake Paul around, control him into the sun. And then when the sun's going down, that's how Mike Tyson would have won the fight. He should have had this at dawn or dusk. Early in the morning, too, maybe when Jake Paul's groggy. But either way, when the sun's going through, pause, that's kind of crazy. But when the sun's shining through those windows there, spin Jake Paul around. My eyes! Bam! Knock him out. Easy enough. Spurs still maintaining a lead, though. It's only 7. This is what happens when you put Zach Collins in the game. But now Vassell is back from injury. So I know, we're not bringing him back as a second unit guy. But as a second unit guy, now you have some offense you can. And that's the thing about having multiple stars as well, too. Is it's not second unit. It's you can have these second unit guys and balance out the minutes with your other, lead scorer, star player guys. And having another lead scorer back, Vassell, important. It'll help the bench. It'll help us not to lose the lead so quickly. Grizzlies Warriors up next as well, too. So will we see a knockout in Grizzlies Warriors between Draymond and the Grizzlies quicker than we will in Tyson and Jake Paul? You'll have to stay tuned to the chat, people, to find out. Subscribe, and we'll watch them together. We'll see what happens. Will Draymond fight Mike Tyson next? Does the winner fight Draymond? We'll find out. We'll have Draymond call in a little bit. But look at this. The gray courts as well, too, for the in-season tournament. You got to love it. Easy on the eyes. And make no mistake, people, we've got a stacked NFL slate as well, too, the week ahead. Exciting games to look forward to. Will the Chiefs remain unbeaten? Will Caleb Love remain mentally unbeaten? Did I say Caleb Love? Caleb Williams versus Jordan Love in the Packers? Anthony Richardson is back. Anthony Richardson is back, people. The Colts have made another decision with their quarterback. And they've reset the vows. They've committed to Anthony Richardson for the rest of the season. Wemby for another 3. Oh, in and out. Literally the basketball god's telling him not to shoot these anymore. Get into the rim. Davis isn't even in the game. The Lakers don't even have a center in the game. LeBron. Oh, there's Davis. Davis hanging out off camera. Not getting back in transition. Max Christie just too quick for Anthony Davis to keep up with. Anthony Davis is like, when Max Christie is out there, I'm not running around. That's my load management for this season. Improvement all around from Max Christie last year. We'll see if he becomes an important part of this Lakers team. Honestly, a beautiful, beautiful court by San Antonio. Maybe the best court the Spurs have ever played on. The Fiesta court was pretty cool. There was some good, they get some of those like Miami Vice pink and teal kind of colors going on with the black. I mean, you sneak the orange in there, and that's kind of what keeps it San Antonio. But for the most part, it's pretty spot on between these between those two colors. Those two different color schemes, the Spurs Fiesta and the Miami Vice. So there's been some good-looking courts on that, but this is great. Oh, Davis just absolutely ripping the ball from Wembanyama. Taking it in transition. Wemby tries to go for the block, but Davis lays it in. He can't be stopped. The Lakers cut it to 1. Davis is not giving up his crown yet. His big man crown. We'll see if this gets Wemby riled up. Will Wemby go after him? I mean, you got to be smart. And right there, he's fumbling the pass. Oh, and again, he loses it. This time, Gabe Vincent steals it from him. And both of them were from standstill positions. They weren't him dribbling it and losing the dribble. Davis just lays it in right over the top of Champagnie. The Lakers are now up by 1. What does J.J. Redick say to this team in timeouts to get him cooking? Davis at 16. I mean, we should have put we should have put it all on Davis to have 40, which we did really, really think about. Because, make no mistake, Wembanyama did give up 70 to Embiid last year. People forget about that. He scored 70. He was against Wemby. It's just what happens sometimes. And the Lakers somehow up by 1 with no Sohan. We'll see if that makes a difference. Whoa, not only borrowing the Cowboys Stadium, but borrowing all kinds of things from the Dallas Cowboys. And to go around the association for NBA Cup action, because, I mean, the Pistons and the Raptors, they're playing right now in hopes for an NBA Cup. Oh, shout out to Michigan Wolverines men's basketball, picking up the win versus TCU. TCU was 3-0. Yeah, 3-0 going into today. Now they're 3-1. Michigan, the run stoppers. Run stoppers in football, run stoppers in basketball, taking down the undefeated TCU Horned Frogs. Getting revenge for the national semifinals. And an opportunity to get killed by Georgia in the national championship game. But the Magic and the Sixers are at halftime right now. The Sixers have pulled back into this a little bit. The Magic were having a pretty impressive first quarter and then a good run into the second there. But Embiid finishes the half with 16 points, 5 of 7 from the field. Both those misses from the three-point line. He's 5 of 5 from around the basket, 2-point range. He had one crazy banker fall away shot over Jonathan Isaac at the end of the buzzer. But they're starting to go in for him a little bit. Pause. We'll see if the rebounding continues to go up. 9 rebounds? I was looking 9 points for McCain. 3 rebounds for Embiid, so he's on pace for a 32 and 6. 6 rebounds. That would actually be crazy for a former MVP, 7-foot, physically dominant center. Franz Wagner has 16 points, 6 for 11 from the field. Suggs, 8 points, 3 of 12. Again, we've kind of pinpointed him as a bit of a streaky shooter this season. But Bitsida? Bitadze? Bitiza. Whoa. Goga Bitsida, the center? They took him a couple years ago in the first round, and he's been contributing in this game as well, too. And he's looked really nice in some of the minutes that we've seen him play. He is a little bit more agile than we would have thought. Maybe from like his, I don't know if the clips that we saw in the draft and around that time were not, necessarily fully showcasing his athletic capability, but it did not seem like he would be a guy that you would just count up and count on to constantly switch and constantly keep up with guards and constantly run around the perimeter in the NBA. But he does hold his own out there. He can move his feet. He stays in front of guys. And again, he's mobile. He can recover, get back to the rim, get the rebound, contest if the ball's moving. So he might be like an actual 5 big man type option because, we all love Wendell Carter, and Wendell Carter gives you, whatever we think peak version of Wendell Carter is. There's hopefully a little bit of 3-point shooting in there as well, too. Maybe there is for our guy Bitzada, if there is for Wendell Carter as well. He's only 1 for 1 tonight, though. And he's +6 in the game. I mean, again, he's, impacting the game, run around, contesting shots. 2 turnovers. He has 2 points, 1 assist, and 2 turnover, and he's still +6. I mean, he's got to be hustling and doing something right. But he gives you, again, that big option, maybe a little bit more rim protecting, a little bit more defense than Carter gives you. And if you still have all the, if Suggs is the guy that's taken the step up offensively as well, and Anthony Black, if say he's the guy that's young guy that's out there at the end of games, maybe not this year, but like going forward long term. Because again, Bidzida, he's not, I don't know if you necessarily would say that he's in the timeline. I don't know how you want to classify him to the greater part of the team. But he's not from too long ago. He had 2019 draft. So he's in his 6th, 7th season here. Sixth season for our guy Bitsida. He is a career 5 points and 3.5 rebounds in 13 minutes. So I guess his scoring is down a little bit from the last couple of years, but his field goal percentage is up a tick. The blocks are down as well too, but his hustle, his movement has been pretty impressive. We've liked what we've seen from them. And obviously it all hinges on once Paolo gets back, but as just a general lineup option, he gives you some nice flexibility at that center spot. So we've got people in the ring to start the night. In a beautiful free fight card as well, too. We love that the fact that it's not pay-per-view. Netflix is really doing the Lord's work here, giving us this fight for free to the fans. Just straight up just dropping the bag for Jake Paul and Mike Tyson on our behalf, so we don't have to do some kind of crazy $99. Oh, excuse me, people. $99, $89. Try to get 5 friends together, split this. I mean, we're all paying for Netflix. Just if you want people to get on Netflix, give us stuff we want to watch, and we'll watch the fight. Max Christie for 3. Mitch Johnson now calling timeouts. A 21-2 run by the Lakers. The defense has been overwhelming. Davis, we saw him going end to end. Christie, he's too quick. The Spurs can't communicate in transition. It's turning into a disaster. But who is this first fight, people? Whoa, is this Lil Peep? Who is this guy? Nunez? Henderson Nunez? For some reason, this font's not very clear. We're not dialing this in, chat. I think it's Henderson Fighting out of Boom Jesus, Brazil? I didn't know Boom Jesus Brazil was a real place. What's the real estate like in Boom Jesus Brazil? Sam was just telling us about the real estate he owns on Jalen Johnson Island. Does he own any real estate on Boom Jesus Brazil? Is that near the statue? I don't know why we feel like we have to say these fighters' names, especially when we can't, people. Maybe we should just enjoy the show. But the first fight, the international takeover. Man, they sold out a stadium, chat. It looks packed to the gills. And they've got seating, I mean, as you would expect, down in up onto the ring. Did we get like an attendance ticket sale thing? Maybe that's why they didn't need to do a pay-per-view. You know, the UFC, they're doing it wrong. I wonder what the cost would be. I mean, you know, there's so much more pay-per-views being bought probably than ticket sales. It's not even close. I mean, 70. Well, I don't know. What if you sell, well, because for the UFC especially, because, you know, they're doing arenas. I guess they do the overseas, you know. They're starting to talk about, you know, the England stuff. Maybe if the Aspinall John Jones thing ends up happening, which he said it's not. So I know Dana White said it is, but I would tend to, well, you can never doubt Dana, but I mean, we know what Dana thinks about John Jones. So I feel like John Jones would have his way. And John Jones said he was willing to, in his interview, that at least one that we heard as well too, he said he would be willing to vacate the title to fight whoever he would fought. So it sounded like, and as you know, as it should sound like, but Dana was saying that Aspinall, it sounds to me more like Dana is saying that Aspinall is fighting for the next title at heavyweight than he is maybe specifically John Jones, which again, like, yeah, absolutely Aspinall, the title shot, I mean, he's already earned it. So he should definitely get it as soon as possible. But again, if John Jones is willing to vacate that title, the double interim, Tom Aspinall, the first ever double interim champ in the heavyweight division, the first ever two belt holder in one division, but they're both interim belts. So does he just unify his own belts? The first ever AI clone matchup when he has to fight himself to try to unify his double interim belts. So you got a nice short little 6-round. I guess we shouldn't have said that fight was that this fight is the shortest version of the fight possible, because we don't really know what that is. It just, you know, from what we've seen, especially, and I get it's not a championship fight, but for a main event, it's going to get that kind of championship billing. And I guess, you know, there are times when you would do a championship length fight for, I mean, the BMF belt, maybe not necessarily a title. Oh, thankfully, D'Angelo Russell, maybe he's our only hope to cool off the Lakers at this point. He misses the jumper. He thought 21-2 run. It's my turn now, right? Because there's no way that after that timeout that was a play for D'Angelo Russell. But maybe it was. Maybe that's the strategy to throw us all off. Oh, LeBron with the turnover. So here we go. Max Crispy, D'Angelo. Oh, he gives him the my bad. So he's taking accountability now as a father out there on the court. Branham in the game with Mamoushvili, Chris Paul, Champagny, and Wemby. I don't know if this is necessarily the best shooting lineup around Wemby, but they've got Wemby in there to take the threes. Wemby with Reeves guarding him. LeBron just reads it perfectly. Right when Wemby spins into the lane, LeBron's there to rip the ball away. So that's now 3 steals Wemby's lost in like the last 6 minutes. Maybe Wemby, just go back to shooting spot up threes. The man can't handle the ball. Here we go. Let it fly. And it goes in. So Wemby, we are totally wrong. Until the man can get the dribble down, he needs to just shoot threes. That's all he can do. The dribbling is a problem. And it's the sensing. It's, you know, sensing the help. The contest on Christie. I'm sure, forced the miss. So down by 1 here. Wemby pick and pop over. I don't even know who's the backup center here. I feel bad, people. Who's number 10 on the Lakers? Is that what? No, they didn't take Ware. Ware got drafted by the Heat. That was in our mock draft, people. They took Connect. Who's number 10? Wemby's just going to soak up all the camera time, as you would expect. Number 10 is never going to ever get a solo shot. I mean, he may dunk on Wemby. In which case, you know, he's in the solo shot yelling at Wemby, so it's not a solo shot, but and Wemby has to have a couple of fouls now as well, too. The foul thing might not necessarily be looking great, but digging into this, should we start digging into the week 1 slate here a little bit, people? Let's see what we've got on tap for week 1 of the NFL. I don't know if we have anything Tyson Paul level, but maybe we do. I think in the late afternoon games, I think there might be one that is really interesting. Oh, people, the internet's breaking, people. Give it a second. Apparently doesn't like it. Like the NFL slate being pulled up. What's happening, people? Okay, it's fine. We've got other ways. We can make this work. Okay. Yeah, I think the headlining event is, well, I don't know, Monday night, Texans, Cowboys, a Dallas showdown. But Cincinnati Chargers, yeah, good matchup on Sunday Night Football too. But the Chiefs versus the Bills in Buffalo. Maybe the one actual game where the NFL was like, okay, we can't give the Chiefs every single game. That's tough at home. I know there's been a lot of reasons why the Chiefs have been doing good this year. I mean, a lot of reasons on their own, but some outside factors have been involved in this scheduling, in the locations of some of the games. It's all been very favorable to the Chiefs. I mean, a number 1 seed, you play a little bit of a harder schedule, but also you probably do get a little favoritism in some stuff as well. But we were ready to take Buffalo in this game because, I mean, we can probably ask Sam as well, too. Like, would you almost want the Chiefs to lose this game if you're a Chiefs fan? Because this might even be just their last chance for a legitimate loss. Because that's the thing about Chiefs fans as well, too, is they can't go 16-1. And if they had gone 16-1 and lost to the Broncos, all they would have complained about is how they gave up a last-second field goal to the Broncos. And they'd have been like, yeah, we should have been undefeated. Should have blocked that field goal. I don't know how we didn't block that field goal last second, because that's such a common thing that happens for teams to just block last-second field goals. But 9-0 now. Oh, where's the schedule at, folks? We went to the wrong place. We know a couple of divisional matchups left. They've still got the Chargers at least one more time. But in terms of the outside games, they also have Houston in Week 16. Okay, and Pittsburgh in Week 17 as well. So it goes Buffalo. Oh, wait a second. Are we back, chat? 3, 2, 1. Okay. Buffalo, Carolina, Cincinnati. Sorry. We got random stuff popping up here. Okay, let's try this again from the top. Buffalo, Carolina, Vegas, the Chargers, Cleveland, Houston, Pittsburgh, and Denver. So Pittsburgh, definitely, I mean, the defense, of course, you can never count it out. We'll see how the offense looks going into that Week 17 matchup. Houston as well. they're starting to get back a little bit now that Nico Collins is healthy-ish, at least activated off IR and looking to play. So that might be a more deadly game as well, too. And then if they're 17-0 going into Week 18, there's always the possibility that they just rest the guys against the Broncos in Denver as well, too. The Mile High. Don't risk the injury. And I mean, they would be actually the first round bye at that point, though. So you start getting into the how long do you want to take time off? You know, what kind of break do you want to go into type of stuff? Then that definitely becomes a question. But yeah, this is kind of their last. I think that Stroud matchup as well, too. We'll give the Texans a legitimate loss. So they still have another legitimate loss chance in here as well. But again, not until Week 16. So it's just a long time out. And maybe that is a little better for Chiefs fans. So maybe Sam would set us straight on this one. But I think this would be in Chiefs fans would be okay to give up the loss this week. If you told the Chiefs fans, you know, tonight, tomorrow that, hey, you know what, Sunday versus Buffalo, you don't need to watch. You know, if Sam somehow got the news and he was like, yeah, the Chiefs, the league has scripted it. They're going to lose. This is the week where the streak breaks. You don't need to watch. It's going to be, you know, the kicker just went out as well, too. So it's going to be some missed kicks and maybe stuff at the last second, and it just doesn't work out. And Mahomes did all the stuff, and just the team wasn't able to make the play, and that's how they lost, and we're still able to feel good about it. And they go, okay, then, yeah, we're fine with losing to Josh Allen. Josh Allen's also 3-1 as well, too, versus Mahomes in the regular season, which is impressive. Like, I don't know if he has to be the only other quarterback in the league with a winning record versus Mahomes. I was going to say, maybe there's some, like, random team that we're not thinking of. That, here, I guess we can double check, but I don't know if there's just, like, a team where he's, like, 0-2 versus that team. We're not going to count 0-1 if that would be the case. But I guess if that was the only version of it, then that would also just kind of prove the point that the only team that he has never, or that he has a losing record to, is at 0-1. It's like he hasn't even got a chance to redeem himself yet. I guess Brady, you know, what's his record against, if we're starting to look in at retired quarterbacks as well, too. But if you're just looking at regular season teams versus the franchise. Okay, so he does have a losing record to a couple of different teams. He is 4-1 versus Baltimore. Yeah, 1-3 versus Buffalo. 3-2 versus the Bengals. So not a losing record, but there's only 4 teams that he has multiple losses to just in general as franchise. Oh, no, sorry. There is a couple more. But he's 11-2 versus the Raiders and 9-2 versus the Chargers. So, yeah, he's done enough work there. But 3-2 versus Cincinnati. He is 1-2 versus Houston. So, again, I know we were kind of going into the season going, hey, is Houston going to ultimately end up being kind of the Kansas City kryptonite here? What's going to happen with Stroud? And it kind of looks like that. For some reason, that's been the one team that he hasn't been able to get over the hump with. Except for the team that he has the worst record to of all time. He's 0-2 versus the Colts, people. Mahomes can have, or Sam can have Mahomes. He can have the Chiefs. He can have all the Super Bowls and all this stuff. But when the Chiefs and the Colts have played, the Colts have been the better team. We have been the victors, and we have gotten the upper hand. I know he would trade that absolutely. He'd be like, yeah, I don't care if we beat you guys to win the Super Bowl. Pause. We'll do that every time. The dirty things you have to do in the NFL to win the Super Bowl. You got to get through the Indianapolis Colts. And he hasn't necessarily done it yet. He's 0-2. So someday, maybe, that will be the team that he's able to turn his fortunes around against. But he hasn't lost to the same quarterback. 0-2. He's definitely lost. He lost to Brissett on that Sunday night game. And then did he lose to Luck? I think he might have lost to Luck. I think he did beat the Colts in the playoffs, though. One year as well. So let's see those two games. Against Indy. They were in 2019. They lost 13-19. And then 2022, they lost 17-20. Patrick Mahomes, Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan, 27 of 37 for 222 and 2 touchdowns. Probably was he wearing number 2 as well too? The 2. Pat Mahomes, 262 for a tutty and an interception. And Matt Ryan still dealing with the fact that he had 5 sacks. Pause. In that game. And then, yeah, the 13-19 loss. Jacoby Brissett. Mahomes was 22 of 39, so 56%, but 321 in a touchdown. No turnovers in that game. Brissett was 18 of 29 for 151 and a pick. Somehow Mahomes had a tutty and no picks, and Brissett had no tutties and a pick, and still managed to get the win. So we ended up stopping the stream. I mean, this is the great thing about Netflix is we could literally just pause and be at any point in the stream, but we'll catch up here. Oh, of course the fight's over. They're in between fights. Who ended up winning this first fight, chat? Oh, was it Henderson? It was Nunez. No? Okay, in the end of the third round? When does this end, chat? We're going back to double check really quick. We missed the end of this fight. We weren't paying attention. We were rambling about Mahomes losing to the Colts. Nunez working Goyat. Henderson tapping him up. So is this a next round? Let's see if we can find this. Maybe it went the distance, chat. Did this fight go all 6? Were they just showing that during a break? Oh, we're still live, chat. Round 5 with 2:40 left. Okay. Nunez and Goyat going at it. Mexico versus India. You love to see the world getting along like this. It inspires so much hope. 2 guys from separate countries just beating each other up. Pause. Oh, and Nunez was kind of absorbing the shots there. Not really focused apparently on playing defense. Just wants to show off a little bit. Let everybody know about the head speed. And his defense has been good for the most part, it looks like. Even though it is I wouldn't necessarily call him a defensive fighter. He's good with the counter-ish type defense. I don't know. What's that called, chat? Because obviously the defensive fighter is doing a different type of thing versus when you're trying to load up and throw punches all the time, and what kind of different positionings you might have for that sort of stuff. Can we get a real boxing expert in the chat here? Let's get somebody to answer some questions. Nunez giving him some work to the body. Really tapping up those rib cages. And so is Goyat as well. So I don't know if that's just both guys more tired, not feeling the knockout power. Nunez going back to the face, connecting a couple times. So I think they're both just loosening each other up, setting up their moves. Castle for 3. Oh, Vassell for 3, and he buries it. Him and Castle both got the similar braid bun combination going on. Should we get extensions and get that, people? Drop it in the chat. Tell us what you think. What should we do? What should Keldon Johnson do? LeBron's going to ISO on him. Fortunately, LeBron gives it up, but Max Christie with the little pull-up jumper. Go into the baseline with the dribble off the left hand. 4 for 6 tonight in the first half for Max Christie. See, the problem is in a game like this, is it the Spurs defense or is it Max Christie is starting to show some stuff? I think it is Max Christie is starting to show some stuff, but you can never tell sometimes the numbers of some of these Spurs units. And you've got Maxey and Connect and Reeves all out there at the same time, and Cam Reddish. So you've got basically the future of the team around LeBron right now. But you've got Reeves. Oh, and it's Reeves that takes the killer three-pointer there. Off the dribble, it doesn't matter. He'll hit it right in the defender's eye. Harrison Barnes can't respond with the little step through on the other side. But that's a fun little core there. Reeves, Connect, Christie, Hood Schifino. They definitely love drafting their guards. Maybe they need to go a little bigger in this next draft. But a fun three-man combination to have on your roster for sure going forward is young guys to, we'll say build a team around, but, to plug into a team that's being built. I don't know what the perfect construction metaphor analogy would be, but round 6 of 6 tipping off for the first fight of the evening. Nunez trying to split the middle with some taps. And I think he's got him wobbling. It's not looking good. He definitely looks more confident right now. That was a slap. He's Will Smith slapping him. He's not even throwing punches anymore. These are overhand slaps. He's stealing moves from Mike Tyson's press conferences. Which, again, I don't know if that makes us feel more or worse about Tyson or Paul, because I feel like Paul kind of ate that shot pretty well. I mean, for not knowing that that guy is going to throw that hard of a slap as well, too. Pause. It's not even that he just went out and tried to get him in. And it's Tyson, Maybe the cleanliness at which Tyson connected, maybe that's the thing. It shows the accuracy of Tyson's hands. We'll watch, chat, as soon as this round is over, which 14 seconds left in the first half of Lakers-Spurs. Lakers up by 9, 68-59. Castle with the ball with 6 seconds left. Screen by Wemby. He's got Davis on him with the crossover. Herky-jerky to the rim. And he gets the foul. Castle draws the foul. You can see his confidence. And maybe it is starting to border on, irrational confidence as well, too, with some of the, the shot amount starting to go up. Maybe it's not all just green light being unleashed. But regardless, you love to see the aggressive mentality of these young guys. And that just shows you where the NBA is at, people. That there was like 14 seconds left on an inbound in that half. And this 6th round had just started, and now the 6th round is almost over. And there's going to be a full round of boxing that takes 10 seconds of game clock off the NBA. The sport's moving slow, people, but the Spurs have a chance to cut it to 8. They can't cut it to 9, chat. Castle missed the first. Gets the second to go. From half court, the Lakers don't get it. Okay, with 15 seconds left in the first fight to go. 6th round, round 6 of 6. And then we'll watch this clip real quick and break it down. Tyson slapping Jake Paul at the press conference. Earlier this week, Nunez versus Goya. Goya basically giving him the win at the end. Offering himself up. He just was like, take me out. Please finish me. Oh, did I get these fighters' names mixed up, chat? Well, there's we know Netflix needs to improve that on the score. There's a reason you have the different fighters wear the different colors. You put it on the name cards. You've got to color code, chat. If there's one thing we know, you've got to color code. Let's get a win. I think Team India is going to take the medal here. Which Team India over Team Mexico in a boxing match? Oh, got him a couple times clean. Right up the middle. Oh, this was at the end. Yeah, when he was kind of starting to back off a little bit. Oh! Landed a couple of clean shots on the face. I can't believe he didn't go down. Maybe some questionable knockout power for our guy, Goyet Nunez. Yeah, we were saying it backwards the whole time, chat. Nunez was the one that was losing. Henderson Nunez is gonna be the loser. And I think our boy Goyet's gonna take the win. And the unofficial scorecard right now of the panel has Goyet. Yep, again, we were saying it wrong. Taken all 6 rounds, 10-9, with the 54 to 60 for Goyet, 54 for Nunez, and Goyet with the victory. We'll see if the refs are able to match that. I guess maybe the only thing that would not match that. Well, it's going to be unanimous for Goyet, though, so it wouldn't. You don't get a split decision if you lose a round. You have to have the judge name it for the other guy. But, you know, he might have got a round or two in there. I guess if that. He might have had a moment or two in there. But for the most part, I got Goyet controlled. On fire. And the first fight of the night. The Jake Paul, Mike Tyson card we've all been looking forward to is finally happening. And we're one step closer once this fight gets announced. And they've said it. It's Goyet. And the Team India beats the Team Mexico. An incredible matchup. A great way to start off what should be an excellent card. And a great first half of basketball, too. So we've got a clip to watch here for Tyson and Jake Paul. Let's see. Let's actually take a quick break. And then let's get this clip. And then we'll be back reacting to Mike Tyson beating up Jake Paul at the press conference. Second half of Spurs-Lakers. Tyson versus Paul. It's all happening, people, on the other side. Up next. 3, 2, 1. We're back in, people. And Lennox Lewis right now on the studio broadcast setup that they got going on. They've got Lennox Lewis and then another boxing legend that we're not exactly sure, unfortunately, who it is. But again, that's our fault as young, unknowledgeable boxing fans. But they were asking Lennox Lewis what it's like to be in the ring with Mike Tyson. And Lennox Lewis was like, what are you talking about? You should be asking Mike Tyson what it's like to be in the ring with me, which is like, whoa, Mike, we're just trying to get a perspective here on what it's like to fight Tyson. Jake Paul's fighting him tonight. We're not saying he's better than you, even though, it's been said, I'm sure, by everybody here. Oh, Evander Holyfield, chat. The sunglasses, chat. We should have looked at the ear. Does he have a diamond-studded ear cap on that's covering it up? The ear looks pretty good nowadays. You can't really see too much from the angle that they've got it going on. But he talked about Mike's chin and his ability to take a shot and how Mike can still, you don't want to say keep coming, but he can, and it's not just go forward as well, too. It's not like he's just getting hit and then his momentum's going forward. Like, he can get hit and still manage to continue the attack. There it is, chat. He can get hit and still continue the attack. And he can, like we were saying as well, too, and we're saying about 2 hours now, chat. Let's go until the main event. The fight we've all been waiting for, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. But his ability to beat you up in the body and then hit you with the uppercuts and get you down that way, I think, is going to be something to look out for as well. So let's, like I was saying here, let me see if I can pull up the clip. Actually, let me see if we can, I think we can pull it up and show it, chat. I think we can show it because I think it's on just a tube. Pause, but I think we can get it on in the background as well, too. So let's see if we can find this. I feel like this should be at the top of our algorithm. Oh, what do you know, chat? It is. Okay, let's get this here. Oh, shout out our boys! Shout out our boys at Music Media Co. with the epic edit. But let's see if we can find the actual slap here. Is this the best celebrity slap, chat? Is it this or Jake Paul or Will Smith? Which one is it, chat? Who got... I mean, Tyson's the professional boxer. Maybe that's just the little difference between the professional boxer and the trained boxer, the actor. And that was one of the most menacing quotes as well, too, that Tyson had was, Jake is a manufactured killer and Mike is a natural-born killer, which is like, maybe the truest thing of... And that's the thing that Mike said that as well, too, is crazy because it's like, again, that is the one thing that Mike has over Jake Paul is the mentality and the mindset of this whole thing. And that's where he's going to beat him. Like, it's like if he knows that and if he's game planning for out-mentaling him, then it's like, okay, maybe we need to be looking at those odds a little bit closer, chat. We have about 2 hours to make up our mind here. Maybe we split the difference and find a way to bet this Serrano versus Taylor fight. Do we have to bet Serrano because it's the same last name as our guy Shea Serrano? Shout out 6 trophies. Maybe we'll just have to support. But if he knows where his strengths and weaknesses are, chat, I mean, that's just only going to help you try to take this guy down. So, yeah, let's see if we can get this on here real quick. Okay, here we are, chat. So I think it's been pretty well established at this point, or pretty well theorized. So if you watch the guy that goes and shakes Tyson's hand over here in the black shirt, white pants, as this runs back, he shakes Tyson's hand, and then he goes and steps back up, and he steps on Tyson's foot, and Tyson thought that was Paul, I guess, and slapped him, took him out. But to focus on the slap a little bit, again, look at the hand quickness of Tyson. And the fact that it was as quick and as compact as it was, and it lands totally clean on Jake Paul, which is, again, kind of the part that makes me think that Jake Paul maybe's eat a shot better than we think, is, it definitely moves him. Like, make no mistake. But again, that's an open hand punch. That's not even a slap. That's almost an open hand punch. Like, Jake Paul should almost get to throw a free punch on him just to even it up. Make sure they're starting in the same. But I guess maybe the 30 extra years that Mike Tyson has on him, maybe this is him just pre-planning. He's like, I got to start getting some early work in now. Start work. And now he can go in for the body thinking that Tyson's going for the head. I mean, he's just pre-strategizing. And he obviously is not trying to go at him because he doesn't, he's not trying to go for the second thing. And when he hits him, he immediately backs up as well, too. So is he scared? But the crawl up to Tyson? I mean, who is this guy's mom? Jake Paul's mom. That her son is out here crawling up to Mike Tyson like this. I mean, this is crazy. But look at them next to each other, chat. I mean, Tyson is definitely, I don't know, Jake Paul's Jake Paul's pretty thick, chat. It is what it is. We're saying this is not the, and shout out, chat, we love everybody. But this is not the Rem and Sam, after dark portion of the pod. We're journalists, we're boxing journalists. We're looking at the body types. We're just analyzing this from purely a fighting perspective, chat. Tyson definitely, but I mean, and the thing is, I feel like, we're seeing Tyson from the front here, Jake Paul from the back. Jake Paul's definitely got the wider back. He's taller. But the thing is, again, the guy that Tyson was fighting in that historic fight, the rerun from the other night that we had on in the background, I mean, he's big, just physically bigger than Jake Paul was. I don't know the historic power of that guy, so I don't know if, how his power compares to Jake Paul. And have we ever seen Jake Paul in a punching bag before? Like one of those, punch meter things that they have in all the bars? Have we ever gotten Jake Paul in one of those? I need a number next to Tyson. But then sometimes you see a boxer step up and you go and hits like a 9-10, and then just like, I've been in bars where just like the random guy just puts up like a 9:32, and you're like, well, what kind of momentum running start did you get into that thing? But he's like, no, I just stepped up and hit it. It's like, okay. But let's see if we can find, can we find I mean, of course we can. Let's get the Will Smith slap back up here, chat. And just compare what a real professional, trained, a guy that knows what he's doing, a guy that's, again, attacking as well, too, because I think, even Will Smith is going in pretty wide compared to that. I think we're definitely going to see a much quicker, much more compact, much more menacing. And even just much more powerful as well, too. I think Chris Rock is probably going to give us a little bit more of a dramatic reaction, but I mean, I think it's probably even a little less, a little, let's see if we can find, I want to find just the shorter version, chat. A little less a little more surprising in the Oscars than it is here, because, you know, this is still a fight conference. Should we watch this one real quick, chat, of Jada, of an angle from, I've never seen this angle before, chat. New angles of the Will Smith slap. We've got from, is this from Michael Rappaport? How come the cameras didn't get Rappaport on his phone at all? I've never seen that in the angles of Will Smith. Because you could see, shout out our girl Lupita Nyong'o in the couple rows up there. And of course, her reaction was infamous in this whole thing. But I've never seen Rappaport on his phone during the Oscars. Okay, let's see what we've got here, chat. YouTube trying to bury the lead. They're just giving us the apologies. Maybe Jake Paul didn't keep names, you know? Maybe there's some names out of the mouth. Oh, are we going to get the whole joke, chat? The Jada eye roll? They're really giving us the whole storyline here. So he squares up to him. And even the stiffness on the follow-through, chat. Is there a little zestiness with the fingers? Sort of being flared out? And you see how much turn he has in his slap as well, too. Tyson barely turns on his. And it's still, they're both face to face. Pause. Now, you know, he's got a dress shoes on a, you know, slippery platform there. But look at Tyson, anchored to the ground. In socks. Is he in socks? So you've got Will Smith almost throwing his, you know, doing like a full wapow, like an actual slap. Was there a sound effect when he did it? Versus Tyson really giving him the pop. Will Smith was a wapow versus Tyson was a pop. I think is what we've got it narrowed down to. This is real boxing people. I feel like would be able, this is enough, Chad. I feel like this is like the Easter egg. This is like a Marvel Easter egg where you could just like unveil the whole plot of the movie just from this one little clip. Like if a real boxing coach was in there, that Leon Edwards boxing coach, would he have this whole fight figured out? He just would know how to use both these guys. He goes, yeah, look at Jake Paul's hands. He's not really even in fighting, ready to go. And you see after he gets slapped as well, too, like he doesn't really even square up. Which is kind of crazy. That's almost crazy that Tyson slaps you and you don't raise your hands. Because look at Tyson squares up. Like Tyson's ready to fight him. Tyson is ready for the response. He's like, I will slap you and deal with the consequences. I'm Mike Tyson. I'm not afraid. So, I mean, again, just the mindset of this guy. I think he's 7-1 right now to win in one round or two, which, again, Tyson on the money line is plus 180. But as I say that out loud, I mean, that might even be too good of a tip for me not to pass up, chat. Mike Tyson to knock Jake Paul out in rounds 1 or 2 is 7-1. And again, that's not we're not predicting that. We're just saying if you think Tyson's going to win, that might be a good way to try to squeeze a few extra bucks out from Big FanDuel. But yeah, chat, was he going to, what did he think he was going to like just, maybe he just thought he was going to take the shot. Pause. And he was like, asking for it again. Maybe that's a little zesty, like Will Smith. But either way, I don't know who's more psychotic here, people. These might really be the two most psychotic boxers in the game. Just thinking about, Tyson in the killer mentality that he's had his entire career in the best way for a boxer possible. And just the fact that he's even trying to fight anybody that's a professional boxer at his age is crazy. And the fact that Jake Paul wants to fight anybody Mike Tyson's age is crazy. But again, the fact that Jake Paul is like, yeah, I want to fight Mike Tyson. Like, anybody would still be scared. I don't know, like, maybe you start getting into the real upper echelons. Like, yeah, maybe Canelo versus Tyson. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, Canelo's beating the number 2 ranked boxer in the world right now. Like, Mike Tyson is not the number 2 ranked boxer in the world as we speak. So, maybe we don't even have to go up high, that high on the list. But you have to get to the elite highest levels. And not, we're not saying that Jake Paul is not on his way or, whatever. But we're just saying, like, the man doesn't have, like, a ranking next to his name or whatever. He's still only 10-1 in fights. Like, he's early on in his hierarchy and the status of the whole thing. So if we're talking about, how many guys are just going to be walking into a ring and not be scared of Tyson, I feel like there's guys that would be, like, really good right now and just be like, wouldn't even want to take the chance. Wouldn't even just going to say, yeah, like, hey, I don't want to get caught with Tyson's power. I don't want to, and like we're saying, the way, like, maybe we kind of know the game plan is the work the body, go for the uppercuts, do all that stuff. Like, I don't know what kind of boxer would want to, against Mike Tyson, subject their, and not that they wouldn't do that for every fight, but it's like, you just know that if Tyson is in on you, then he's going to get shots off and those are going to hurt. Not that that's not what you fight, but the damage that those would do, I think, would be maybe more than even a fighter now, right? At the peak of their powers, like him at 60 in close range might just be more devastating than anybody. But the fact that Jake Paul wants to do this is as equally crazy as Tyson wanting to pull it off. So either they're both crazy or, on the other hand, they're also both the smartest businessmen in in the business as well, too. And I'm sure Netflix has monetized that craziness to every dollar. So, ooh, he got him here, chat. Can he carry this down into the ring? Is that a 1-0 Tyson or a 1-0 Paul? I mean, Tyson. I mean, you're gonna say, yeah, Tyson actually landed the punch. You got to score that one for Tyson. But again, I think Jake Paul's reaction, I think it's a pretty solid way to shake off, kind of a stunning little thing that could happen in the old warm-ups. But we got a 12-round bout here between Ramos and Barrios. So these guys really trying to fill up the time. A little headliner in the middle. They just said, hey, one of the openers can do 45. It's okay. And again, the uncolor-coded broadcast. Oh, shout out to Ramos with the big Ramos and Barrios as well, too. I don't feel like, maybe we just weren't paying attention to the other guy's shorts, but pause. But we got him laid out. The Barrios pink kit is one of the cooler boxing kits that we've seen. I'm a low-key, like, pink. I mean, I think you guys have seen some of the hats, some of the stuff. I don't mind it on some certain especially like if we're in the athletic realm as well too. If we're being men, I think we can throw on a little pink every now and then. But make no mistake, chat, because every now, if you can do like the association or whatever in like 2K and Madden, and you can like create a brand new franchise. They always had that in Madden. I think they had like an expansion team option, or in NBA Live or whatever. And every time, the couple times I would do the expansions, some pink and black jerseys because that's also not a color scheme that's in the NFL as well. So, I mean, back when I was playing Madden, the problem was they were still doing, not the problem, but they were still doing the October pink. Everybody gets kitted out in pink for the month. So there would have been a little bit of, well, if you're actually doing an expansion and rocking the pink and black, it's like, that is kind of, everybody just thinks you're doing October for the entire year. Do you just become an OVO team? But now it like worked perfectly. The NFL for some reason doesn't do that anymore. Bring it back. We were talking to somebody the other day. They were like, they should bring that. October just went by. Nobody had pink on it. We were like, yeah, they don't do that anymore. They're like, yeah, they should bring that back. And I would like to see it. Maybe just 1 week out of the year. Maybe every week in October, get kitted out in a different color. I know that they kind of do the crucial catch, and they kind of just like, we're just going to, I don't know if they're stealing, cultural appropriating from other things, but they're just doing a whole rainbow of colors. You just got to mix and match with some different stuff. But, if they brought it back in some kind of way, I feel like it would be much, much appreciated by the jersey community, the graphic design community. But Barrios, only a couple weeks off October, bringing that pink fit back. We've got some pause on the side. This guy's modded out. He's got a lot of VC, chat. He's won a lot of fights in his career. In the Spurs chat, I would say we don't, 90% of the time we always play the Lakers good. Is that a new quote? 90% of the time we always. ... But 90% of the time, we always play the Lakers pretty close. And we're doing it again. It's 3-point game with 4 minutes left in the third. This is going to be a fourth quarter shootout. And we really are going to get Draymond throwing punches before Mike Tyson. What are the odds? They're going to leave Wesley open for three, and for good reason. The man knocks it down. D'Angelo Russell on Blake Wesley is going to be the thing that keeps the Spurs in this game. But the pick and roll with Davis, it's deadly, chat. But anyways, did we get sidetracked? Is that a long sidetrack from NFL games, chat? We might keep sidetracking. It's fight night, chat. It's fight night. Let's see what we've got going on. We should mention the return of Anthony Richardson, because shout out to our boy. Our guy Sam was texting us a little bit, and after the announcement happened, and he said, your boy's down, but he's not out anymore. Shout out. The Colts have committed it to him for the rest of the season. And I don't know if this makes me more confident or less confident in the Colts. It continues to be more and more baffling, because now I think today we read the piece, but I don't remember if it was posted yesterday, but within the last, 24 hours or so, there was a big piece on ESPN, and Steichen gave a whole, conference after the announcement as well, too, with some big quotes. And there was like some of the stuff that we had theorized and some of the stuff that we had talked about how he needs to, the word maturity was thrown around a lot by people, and they're saying there needs to be improvement in maturity in some areas. It's not like there was necessarily character issues, which maybe we got, that can be, I guess there can be a little bit of a line there where, some work ethic habits maybe not always are like straight up like character issue problems. And I guess we had always, we had always heard, and we'd always been under perception that like kind of the work ethic stuff was always super on point with him. But maybe it's not that it wasn't on point, but it seemed like Steichen at some point, some conversation was had where they were like, there are levels to this. Like, yeah, you can do, you can work 9 to 5, but if you want to be great, like you might have to put in a little bit of overtime to actually start taking steps and pass these guys and to grow and to actually get to where you want to be. And there's been talks now and reports about like how he is, showing up to the facility earlier. He's getting there at like 5:30. There's more time spent analyzing protections. And honestly, like things that you would go, okay, maybe the coaching staff should have been holding him more accountable in the first place to these things. So that is, again, another confusing part to the way they handled this, because they also said when Flacco was benched when they benched him for Flacco, that they were doing it because Flacco gave them the best chance to win. But if they're back 2 weeks later saying, well, now Richardson just needed to mature, again, it's like, well, why not just be clear about the intentions when they happen? Because I think there was also a quote from the offensive coordinator about, well, we just feel like we need to communicate it with our guys, and as long as we communicate it with our guys, like that's totally fine. And yeah, it's like that is true, and there is, and it's like, hey, well, we are like telling them not to control the things they can't control or whatever, and like the outside noise and all that stuff, like just don't pay attention to it. But there is also stuff about outside noise where, yeah, you don't pay attention to what you can't control, but what about something you can control? And you can't control the narrative of how people are perceiving this Anthony Richardson benching. And if you are saying that you're doing it because Flacco is giving you the best chance to win and ending it there, and there's no further explanation of, hey, this is the steps that we're going to take for Richardson's development, and especially if all the reports going around about it are, and there's insiders saying this is a seismic move for the franchise, and there's talks about, people getting benched this early on, like how often do guys turn this around and what do the careers of those guys look like? And you've just got all this narrative stuff going on. It's like, yeah, again, the outside noise, you do want to be able to block that out to its certain extent, but what if you can just end it and be like, hey, the whole purpose of this is we know that Anthony Richardson's development is, like, we know he's starting from farther back than maybe a lot of quarterbacks, so taking him out is not a setback in any way because, again, he's still farther back. So it's like all, or, maybe because, again, you flip it the other way and it's like he's, he's starting from such a clean slate as a quarterback prospect that it's like we don't feel like we're taking any setbacks with him missing time and him not getting any game action, because it's like he hasn't seen any games. So it's like if he gets time studying film, that's going to be good as well too if he needs to take a couple games off. And if that, again, is the sole purpose, then just communicate that to the team. But I don't think that was the purpose of the team. I think the move was for Flacco to take over this team and for them to be a playoff team, but Flacco just has not been Flacco's been almost the same exact thing. And again, and not the same exact thing, the style at which the offense has gotten the results is different, but the results of the offense have been almost exactly the same. And Flacco has also had almost like the same amount of up and down, just weird, bad, crazy, how do you make this type of throw? Like, what is happening here? Type moments that maybe you would think, and that people were saying that Anthony Richardson was having as well too. So I honestly think it was them admitting defeat, that the move was not, that the move was not going to make them a playoff team just by moving they didn't have a move at quarterback like that to make them a playoff team, and they shouldn't have given up on Anthony Richardson, and they should have just seen what they had for the rest of the season with the guy. And again, they didn't just say that he was done for the whole season, so that was the possibility for him to return was always there. But I just don't understand the reason of not communicating the intentions to the fans. It just doesn't make any sense. And I don't know why you wouldn't want there to be clear air between what your process is with your quarterback, how the fans that root for him, and this is supposed to be the franchise guy, and there is obviously a lot of, you've got to go out there and do your job and do we have to do on the football field and all that stuff. But at the end, the fans are a super important part of the playing experience as well too. We're pro momentum here on the Rem and Sam pod. That's for sure. I don't know what the nerds say about momentum, but fans and all that stuff definitely affect the game, and the markets and all that, the guys' confidence and all that stuff too. But if you can have a clean, clear understanding from all sides of what is going on with Anthony Richardson's quarterback process, in his development process, I don't know why you wouldn't just say those things. But I guess the only reason you wouldn't say those things is if, they're not true in the moment that they need to be said. And the awesome thing about this all is it seems like, Anthony Richardson at the end of the day might actually be the better for it. And, I know we're trying to live the Heat lifestyle, like we're saying, of 30 seconds or less. You got to be able to, drop it and just walk around the corner, no problem. Got to be able to walk out on it 30 seconds or less. But, again, we're doing it with Anthony Richardson. I'll say that. Well, we will. Don't hook us up to the lie detector test, but we'll tell you guys that that we're doing that with Anthony Richardson. But on the inside, pause. I think we're excited to have our franchise quarterback back, and the way he's acting, and seems like the things that he's doing now, I mean, again, are really, really encouraging. If this is like, okay, yeah, if this is all actually true, again, not that he wouldn't be making the improvement, but if it was like, hey, he was showing up to the gym at like 7 or 8 or whatever, they didn't like say a time, so maybe it was worse than that. Like maybe it actually was like a red flag. Wait a second, why is he rolling up at whenever, just bare minimum time before practice starts or whatever? But it's like, hey, he's in the gym at 5:30. They're talking about, again, the extra time with the offensive line. It's not just what is the scheduled time for you and then you're clocked out for the day. It is, I'm maximizing as much of my day as possible to try to get invested into football. And honestly, when I was reading that, I was thinking about Peyton Manning as well too, because especially like the offensive line protections and stuff. And a lot of the clips with Brady have been floating around as well too, as we're halfway in the season. And Richardson's not the only young quarterback that struggled this year. I mean, Caleb Williams and Anthony Richardson's, some of the advanced stats, they're almost identical. And some of the eye test stuff, especially as of late from Caleb Williams, it is two very, very, I'd say very, very similar situations. I almost feel better about Anthony Richardson as well too. Does the bias continue from I still feel good about both those guys, which is why I say I feel better about Anthony Richardson, because I wouldn't say that feeling bad about Caleb Williams. Like, I'd still have Caleb Williams stock, think he's going to be a really awesome quarterback. But it's definitely been statistically a turbulent start for both of those guys for their young careers. But there's with some of the struggles from the guys, there's been the clips of some clips of Brady and some interviews about the quarterback developmental process and about how in college these guys are learning playbooks and not necessarily systems and schemes and all this different stuff, and they're just sort of memorizing a set of plays. And guys like Manning and Brady, I mean, they were able to find success in the league mostly based on just the understanding of the game. Again, and maybe we're talking ourselves into the Tyson fight again, and he's just going to do this off of, game planning and being smart and figuring it out. But again, Manning's not the same type of quarterback as we have today with like even Drake May. Like it seems like Drake May would be like, you look at him and go, oh, that's a pocket passer right there. Like Herbert, like everybody's running around these days. Our white guys are fast now, is really what it is. Arch Manning, like even the white quarterbacks are mobile at this point. Bo Nix, everybody is moving around. What do you know? Michael Penix is like the one guy that's not mobile. Maybe McCarthy after the second knee surgery, unfortunately, won't be mobile as well either. But Prescott after his cramp in the ankle. Hopefully it's just a cramp, Jim. Pretty bad cramp, though. Slowed him down a little bit. But every quarterback is mobile now. Like, Manning is not, the guys, that is the thing, too, that I think about it a little bit extra as well, is the guys make the extra play now with their legs and their athletic ability versus Manning's sort of extra play was before the snap in his knowledge of the game. Like, Manning made the plays because he knew from hours of study and hours of preparation and from years of seeing this and from constant repetition and from just drilling it in, that he knew from based on what he was seeing pre-snap where the weaknesses were going to be in the defense, where the strengths in the defenses were going to be as well too, and where they needed to protect and all that different stuff, but where the weakness in the defense was going to be and how to create space, how to get the right routes and how to get the stuff going into that spot. And it would be timing and all that different stuff. Like, that is how Manning was having success as a passer and moving the ball. And, as a high-level NFL quarterback and at his peak as well, too, like, Manning's dropping darts. He's got the arm strength. Like, Manning's ripping passes in there. It's not like, he's just got your average Joe dad arm. Like, the man still has a professional caliber cannon on him. But, the man's even, it's athletic ability and it's arm strength as well, too. Like, it's all, Anthony Richardson is just the extreme version of this guy. And hopefully he's able to bring this around with, that film study and all that stuff. But, you read that in an article and it's almost like, wow, is this a lost art in the NFL? The art of the extra curricular offensive line pass protection study? Because, I don't know, it just feels like, especially in a competitive sport as well, too. And, you have just the competing week to week in the game, but the competition is so much more than that. Like, if you're really invested into it, like, the competition is, with yourself to get better every week, but it is also with, I think, your peers and trying to be the best, in the totality of it all. I think in the week to week, the consistency, I think there is something in striving to be, the best version of yourself amongst other, don't compare, but don't compare. And, when we're talking like MVPs and all that different stuff, like, there's the competition with your peers, the competition in the game, the competition, keeping your own job. There's the legacy stuff that gets into play. There is just, again, the amount of talent from the next generation that continues to, guys are always getting faster. Their arms are always getting stronger, whatever. Like, it just feels like you would need to constantly be keeping up anyways and wanting to better yourself. So the fact that this is all maybe starting to fall into place and it's like, okay, yeah, the extra stuff is happening. Those are the kind of things you hear from great quarterbacks and great players that they're doing. They're in their extra. They're getting first one in, last one out. And the fact that it's like the pass protections and stuff as well too. It's these like actual QB things. Because like it's like those were the things that he also didn't know as well. And it's not like that there's a guy that is just doesn't know those things and is just purely based on athletics, like winning the MVP of the league. Like, Lamar Jackson is a smart quarterback. Like, he's become one of the best passers in the league, and his accuracy as well too is, he's become one of the most accurate passers in the league, but he's got the IQ to match it. At least not on the last drive of a playoff game against Mahomes, but outside of that, it seems like the man has managed, to make the development there. So if it all kind of weirdly falls into place, then maybe it was all, worth it to get this version in this sort of drive. And, the other thing is too, is if he really starts seeing results like this, which the Jets, it's a matchup where it could really go either way, especially depending on how the Jets offense looks on the other side and how they're scoring the ball and what kind of anxiety that Richardson has. But now knowing that he's the starter for the rest of the season as well too, maybe there is a okay, it is 10-0, and I don't need to panic here because if we punt, I'm still the starting quarterback at the end of the day. So maybe, again, you don't want him to have that kind of a mentality, but it's not maybe he's not going to be rushed when he's going through and just thinking about and trying to process everything. But, if he's starting to see success as well, too, after this kind of work, then maybe we really see turn the corner. We really see him start to level up and, again, become the player that he can be. Because, Sam has not been the biggest Anthony Richardson fan that's out there, that's for sure. Sam, make no mistake, one of the biggest Anthony Richardson lukewarm guys, pause, but he's not definitely been a diehard supporter of Anthony Richardson, and definitely had to bring us back to earth a couple of times with Anthony Richardson's own sort of faults and his QB development as well. But Sam didn't give up. Sam has not given up on him either. Like, if Sam was ready to say, hey, Anthony Richardson is, I think we asked him, yes, is Anthony Richardson, can he still be like a starter level, really good level type quarterback in the league? And Sam was like, yeah, absolutely. But maybe, I don't know if the Colts are the situation for that, but he definitely still feels like he could be that. So, again, Sam was, if somebody that is a little bit more pessimistic about him can still feel like there's optimism for him, then, we're definitely going to crank that optimism up to a max. But maybe now that the game planning, the off the field, the hard work, and the work ethic stuff is starting to mix into play with, again, like we're saying, the talent that is clearly undeniable, because even his pessimists can't, totally give up on him, then maybe we'll actually start to see the franchise guy. Will we finally get the quarterback? Oh, I hope he plays well this week, people. We're more nervous for that Richardson game than we are for this Tyson fight, I tell you. Because, again, even with him being the starter for the rest of the season, I think maybe that needs to be the thing. It's like, hey, there is still a bigger picture here. And there was a quote about, he said that, yeah, I know that I have the job, but it's like it's still on me to keep the job. And it's like, yeah, well, you have the job for this year, but, there are still things that can be done. And if there's an opportunity presented for us that makes sense for us to get better at a certain position, then I don't know why we wouldn't do that. I don't know why any team wouldn't do that. If the Chiefs could upgrade from Mahomes, then there is an upgrade to be had. But the reason Mahomes is the best in the league, and it, this is no-brainer stuff here, but it's like there's no upgrades from Mahomes. There's nothing you can do. You can't get literally any better than that. So if there is any upgrades presented to the Colts, why wouldn't you upgrade? Any team that can upgrade at the quarterback position normally upgrades, unless you're the Jets. And then you realize that Aaron Rodgers for Zach Wilson is somehow not an upgrade. No, definitely an upgrade, but not a big one. Ramos versus Berrios. Both these guys holding up good. On pace to go the distance. Round 8's winding down, chap. And these are, again, legit fights. These count. So will this fight... So wait, how does this fight count for Tyson and Paul? Maybe we need to look into that, chat. Because those specific fights were for belts. Can you do that? Can you make certain fights in a card not count for something, and then have exhibition fights in a card and regular fights? Can you have title fights and exhibition fights in the same card? Because I just always assumed that, if there was a title fight on a card or whatever, that and just on a card in general, for the most part, that those would count to your record. But I don't know if Mike Tyson was gonna have, like, on his Wikipedia page on the professional boxing record, is he just gonna have this, like 20-year gap? When was the last boxing match that he had? Should we look that up quick, chat? Let's refuel with some planters quick. Some dry roasted. Always got to stay leveled up. But I think he fought Roy Jones a couple years ago. But before the Roy Jones fight, when was his last fight? Because make no mistake, the Roy Jones fight, and maybe it's a good thing he had that fight as well too, and not just a fight, but that fight specifically, where bit of a warm-up. Okay, professional boxing record for Mike Tyson. So he was, excuse me, the dry roasted. So he was fighting into the early 2000s. His last fight was in 2005. When was this fight? What was this for? So yeah, speaking of Lennox Lewis, he lost the belt to Lennox Lewis in 2002 at 35, almost 36, 20 days off of being, 15 days off of being 36 years old. Then fights in February of 2003 and beats Clifford Etienne, and then loses to, whoa, who is this guy that Mike Tyson just beat? Clifford Etienne, former American boxer and convicted robber who is currently serving a 105-year prison sentence without possibility of parole? Known for his aggressive, high-volume fight style, yeah. I bet the man was a bit aggressive. Wait, 105 years on a robbery? What did he do during the robbery? Even an armed robbery, 105 years is... Am I crazy? ETM was found guilty and sentenced to 160 years prison without parole for allegedly... Okay, wait, let's try this again, chat. In June 22nd, 2006, following his trial in Baton Rouge, Etienne was found guilty and sentenced 160 years in prison without parole for an alleged cocaine-fueled crime spree that included robbing a check-cashing business, carjacking, and attempting to shoot a police officer. There it is, chat. In April 2013, his sentence was reduced to 160 years to 105 years due to a technicality. Etienne is now a painter, painting artwork in prison. He also works as a barber at the same prison. He works as a barber? He works? Do they have a barber shop in the prison? And he still went on to have a good run after he lost to Tyson. That was kind of a decent win by Tyson there. Near the end, bringing justice to Clifford Etienne. So what is the sentence on attempting to shoot an officer? That might be the 100 of the 105 years part of that. Because a cocaine-fueled robbing a loan shark check cashing business, do a little cocaine, take some checks, and maybe a car to drive around in, like, that's not the craziest day you've ever heard of. That's for sure. I think that's like a pretty standard day in some cities for, certain blocks of the neighborhoods. But That's not triple digits in the slammer for carjacking on cocaine. So yeah, attempting to shoot a police officer will not to be good. That one is one that you have to look out for. But then Tyson lost to Danny Williams in 04, July of 04, so it took almost a year and a half off there. And then in June of 2005, lost to Kevin McBride. In those 3 fights, I think were all just good old-fashioned fights. So, yeah, maybe this will be the 20-year, the rare 20-year boxing gap box score difference. You don't see it that much, people. But every now and then, you get a guy like Mike Tyson. And, you know, sometimes you hear the phrase every now and then, and people will be like, no, Mike Tyson, he's an original, he's a one-on-one. Yeah, you're actually absolutely right, but, you know, somebody's got to start it off at some point. It's got to be a first and now and then. So guess what? Mike Tyson is the first and now and then version. Spurs down 5 with 6 minutes left. Zach Collins lays it in. Cuts to 3. Wemby's hitting 3s. Zach Collins producing? We're wrong in the best ways, chat. We love being wrong about the negative things about the Spurs. Castle. I want to see Castle on LeBron. They got Castle on Reeves. That kind of makes a lot of sense. But let's see Castle hold up against somebody pause with a little more size. Somebody a little bigger. And maybe LeBron could just, maybe LeBron's too strong. You just back him down. LeBron, unreasonably strong. But I like to see that little post defense combo. See kind of what happens there. Davis at the line. And Barrios and Ramos now in 10 of 12. Round 10 of 12. Ramos, I feel like he's probably up on the scorecards right now. Barrios with a little barrage here at the end, but I feel like maybe it's just the scorecard. They can't trust us to judge the scorecard, chat, at any point here, because we're not paying attention. We're watching Wembanyama. But still. There we go. Poking at his head a little bit. Barrios getting him back. Up, up. So 2 rounds left. Oh, wait. Never mind. We still got a little to go here. Okay. Spurs down by 2. It's a D'Lo Davis pick and roll. Somehow Zach Collins has just never ended up on Davis. Davis with the step back air ball. That worked out. I feel like Davis has kind of bailed him out a little bit here recently. Hasn't been aggressive as he should be. He's at 35 and 12. But remember, he did have 16 in the first quarter. So 4 minutes left in the fourth. And big 3 for Vassell. I mean, you know, you're not going to complain about Davis having 19 points in 3 quarters, but again, compared to what he's, I mean, Davis could get this every possession and score. And that was Vassell over Davis as well, too. The tough little pull-up 3. We haven't seen a lot of like Vassell, Wemby, Vassell, dribble, handoff, run around the screen. We've seen it a little with Chris Paul, a little with Castle. But Vassell's good at that too. So Wemby's back in the game here. 4:18 left. And tied up at 107. So tied on the scorecards. It is close on the scorecards. Barrios actually is up on the unofficial scorecard, 95-93. So we've got a close one in both games. So here we go. Vassell in the mid-range over to Wemby, and it leads right to the slam dunk. They double Vassell. Wemby rolls to the basket. It's an easy dunk. Not that Wemby would have necessarily ever a hard dunk, but pause. So Vassell on the other end is going to have to guard LeBron. Oh, Davis. Now he's cooking. I think somebody gave him an earpiece. He heard us talking a little bit, and he hits the three on the other side. I think JJ really liked that one. Wemby, you got to get out there. Davis is lethal. But is Vassell better for LeBron than Castle? Mitch Johnson, give it a try. Let's see what he can do. Let's see. It's like it's a Tyson Paul thing. And I guess the Spurs is all mostly young guys, but let's get him one of the young ones. Throw the rookie on him. That should be his hazing. Oh, and Barrios just starting to get a little blood from the nose. Maybe Ramos is working back up on those scorecards a little bit. He's got 70 seconds in the 11th round and then the 12th round to do it, so he's going to have to hurry. But he's starting to pour it on now. Barrios is still getting in him and still able to respond with some of these Ramos shots. So Ramos is not totally, taking him out with these punches at all. And not totally got him helpless either. So Barrios could still slip one in here. But Ramos definitely winning that barrage as of right now. 30 seconds. Ramos slows down a bit, I think. I think he could pour it on a little bit, but I don't think he's going to, Barrios. He fakes a little uppercut there. So this is going to go 12 of 12, chat. We're getting a full money's worth, our monthly payment subscription's worth, 12-round fights. And was this one of the title fights, chat? We'll check this out quick once this is over. Once this round is over here. Which one are we on, chat? Wait, did we miss the Bruce Carrington versus Dana Coolwell fight, chat? We're already on Mario Barrios versus Abel Ramos. So yeah, this is for Barrios WBC welterweight. So Barrios has the title. We should have known Pink Shorts was the champ. So does that mean Ramos gets to wear the pink shorts in the next fight? Okay, 2:45 left in the 12th. Here we go, chat. This is for the belt. Can Ramos step up and take it? Again, I feel like Ramos might be up on the scorecards. I didn't see the unofficial one for going into the 12th. And he was losing going into the 11th. Ramos's percentage of punches landed is at 37-29 compared to Barrios right now. And his attack right now in the 12th has been much more aggressive. He's really cranked up the heat there as of late. The pace through the fight, well done. I mean, he's got some damage on the face for sure. But he's definitely been the more aggressive here to start the 12th round. Barrios, again, is just not giving up. He's doing a good job of throwing punches, but still being able to play defense in the midst of that barrage. And he still gets the defense and the little counter jab when he gets the opening. You can see why he's the champion. A skillful boxer. Ramos maybe just too aggressive, too powerful, too much. Things you all want to hear from a boxer. You know, maybe other things as well, too. And I feel like we didn't see any flags, but I feel like we could have allegiance potentially to both of these countries. If we saw got some nationality reports. Unfortunately, I don't think the fine country of Honduras qualifying in any way, but we'll still keep an eye on our Spanish heritage brethren, seeing where they're at. Barrios now gets some looks here with 30 seconds. Barrios might need to drop him in order to keep his belt, but he's getting some looks. Oh, he gets a couple on Ramos as Ramos goes in for the attack. 20 seconds. And where's this been at? Barrios, you feel like he could have done this the whole time. Here we are, chat. The fight is winding down. Barrios just threw a nice one that missed. Oh, he was just short of his face. And the bell rings. They go the distance. Much love between the two fighters. Unbelievable, chat. This is real stuff, chat. This is no joke. People were laughing. People are saying that in not taking this fight seriously, not this fight, but this card, Tyson Paul. But this is some legit stuff we're seeing from Ramos, from Barrios. These are champions. They're both at war. And after tonight, they both might be able to refer to themselves as champions, because Barrios will be a past champion and Ramos will be a current one. Castle driving and one, speaking of current champions, former champions. 2:18 left. Spurs Lakers tied. Do both these teams realize the NBA Cup is not on the line tonight? I think they misunderstood. They think they're playing for the win right now. Shout out Scott Brooks, former Wizards coach. Oh, and they show Ramos knocking down Barrios as well too earlier. I think we missed that. Complaining about Anthony Richardson getting benched. So what did Barrios do that had him up on the unofficial scorecard? Was the other guy, he was reading the Anthony Richardson articles as well too, the judge? I feel like with the drop, you got to give this to Ramos. And they're giving it to Barrios. They had Barrios at 114, Ramos at 112. And Ramos in those middle rounds, but they gave Barrios rounds 1 through 5. So basically the first half, and then it becomes, he only needs to win one more. Well, I guess it depends on what they score it. It's not just win the amount of rounds, but I mean, you're up by 4 points at that point, 5 points going into round 6. So you'd have to make up 6 points if you're not going to knock him out. It's just a lot to make up. Not saying that that's impossible, but it's definitely a lot. Castle driving to the rim, hanging, finishing. The composure with LeBron contesting the verticality. San Antonio with the lead. Reeves does not want to challenge Wemby. Davis does, and he gets the dunk. Davis is unstoppable. 90 seconds left. How many threes can Wemby take in 90 seconds to try to win this game? He gets the shot over Russell. His first attempt is an air ball. So with the minute 15, we know he got at least one shot up. That Davis dunk put the Lakers in the lead, so they were up by 1 when he took that. They're still up by 1 here as LeBron gets the pick and roll on Davis. Davis is going to try his hand at a 3. Oh, thankfully the big men, they're cocky. Their egos are big. They're going after each other from the 3-point line. Wemby's take number 2. It's another miss. And an offensive foul. So we're halfway through those last 90. He's on pace to get 4 3-pointers up in 90 seconds. He's doing a great job. This is exactly how you want to see it. Then we can look at the back of this game and complain about his 3-point shooting number. LeBron, he's got Johnson on him. The play is for Reeves. Castle with good defense, though. So now Wemby's in front of Davis. Oh, and LeBron got Johnson on the back cut. Johnson fell asleep. There hasn't been a time where Davis has, it seems like in a second here on this stretch, where Wemby has been in front of Davis facing up with the chance to guard him. And they're both at like a standstill. They're both at like even playing field. He's been chasing him from behind, rotating off of screens. And Ramos gets the win. Ramos, he wins the belt. We're seeing a belt tonight change hands in AT&T Stadium. I mean, what an incredible moment for this guy. A title fight in AT&T Stadium in Dallas for Ramos? I mean, he wasn't ever going to play this stadium. He wasn't ever going to be the headliner. Not that it wasn't going to be him. It's just that's what boxing's at right now. Can a boxing event like this headline a stadium in America? Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe, there's been a bunch of other ones that have recently, and I just don't really remember them. But, again, like even the other combat ones, the arena, an arena of some kind. The Sphere? Could be the Sphere. And the largest lead of the night so far goes to the Spurs, up 12. LeBron hits his double-digit mark. He's got 13. Keeping him in the low double digits, but regardless, still there. Still crossed his mark. So Wemby this time gets the post up, throws it cross court. It's Castle with the tough 3. Not going to lie, kind of a bad shot by Castle. Catching the ball from a cross court pass and then a catch into a sidestep. It's just a lot. I don't know if Castle has that kind of 3-point ability yet. And now the Lakers up 3. LeBron's going to get free throws. A chance to give himself 15 points. Cross that milestone. But a chance to put the Lakers up 4. Which would be 2 possessions. Rattles it in. Up 4. 11 seconds. It's quickly ending, people. The look on JJ's face is relaxing a little bit. The coaches have the look where it's like I am actually like concerned and locked in what's going on, and then I'm trying to be because I know we're going to win this, but I still have to be like actively coaching. And he had the I'm trying look face there. Vassell can't make a couple of 3-point opportunities. The Lakers get the win. And the Spurs were plus 3.5 going into tonight's game. Not even able to cover from what we were seeing on FanDuel. So it's a good thing we should have put a little bit of money on Davis over 30. Did he get to 40? He did get to 40. We should have done it, chat. Don't cut that out. I feel like we just have to pause that shot that we were just in. But we should have done the parlay for Davis over 40. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy that we actually missed out on that. If Mike Tyson wins this in the first or second, I wonder what even that parlay would have been. That might have been like, ooh. My parlay math is not great, so I don't just want to start like randomly saying that would have been 30 to 1 when it would have been like actually, a 4 and a 7, like 12 to 1. But I could see him really. Would they give us the juice on that one? Okay, is this the co-main? The co-main I'm looking forward to, chat. It's a lot of title belts on the line. You'd love a chance to unify those as much as possible. And I guess this just lives on in Netflix's library as an event you can go back and watch, right? I wonder what the rewatchability of the Jake Paul versus Logan or versus Mike Tyson fight will be in the future. But I guess they just need the people to sign up for Netflix. Do they even need the reoccurring subscriptions? They probably just need the one-time bag they're going to get from everybody re-signing up and everybody getting their own versions. But UFC, is this it? Is this the route right here? I don't know how that is a win for Dana White. And, for the promotion make a ton of money. But I think the promotion makes a ton of money regardless of what happens. Jake Paul, he's locked in. He's ready to go. And he seems like he's a boxer now. The man is fully a boxer. It's a scary, scary thing. Okay, let's take one more break, chat. One more quick timeout. And then some real exciting matchups. We've got a little bit of Warriors Mavs while we can. Castle with a 22-piece and 5 tonight. You love to see it. Boy, is he looking good. Pause. But the main events, people. Serrano versus George? And Tyson versus Paul? Which one is even the more important fight? Who knows now? There's a lot of belts on the line. And none of them are in typical fashion. None of them are on the men. But coming up next. Man, chat, the anticipation is at an all-time high. The heart rate is slowly reaching those levels as well as we approach this fight. Serrano versus Taylor. Serrano right now, the one who we were thinking about picking, the heavy, heavy favorite, minus 235. Who does she think she is? Jake Paul? Odds are looking pretty similar in both fights. At the moment, 47-2-1. Whoa. Katie Taylor, 23-1. Whoa. So these are a couple of powerhouses going at each other. Pause. But there really is no comparison to what is happening tonight, chat. I honestly don't know if there is a fair one. IT is saying a little bit that some of the people online are saying that the NBA comparison has been done already, and that people were saying that this fight was like Michael Jordan versus Dylan Brooks, which is not, I think, totally far off, but I almost think that that's a little, that might be like, is Michael Jordan almost in his own tier a little bit? Like, would it be Bird versus Dylan Brooks? Or Bird might be a little too, a little older for that. But like David Robinson versus Hartenstein? Something along those matchups. But, just thinking like pop culture, has there been like a movie moment that's like this? Like, has there ever been a old beloved actor, movie people in the chat, you'd have to help us comb through the scenes of history and figure out what's going on. Is this Michael Irvin and Jerry Jones? Jerry Jones promoting the moon at night in the Cowboy Stadium. You see how beautiful this stuff is? We should just be playing every game at Sunday night. That's how Jerry Jones is going to fix the problem. Michael Irvin as well, too. I think him and Mike Tyson had a couple of fun nights back in the day. You'd love to go to a Mike Tyson, Michael Irvin party in the 1990s at the peak of the powers. Maybe there's a couple other people from the air, celebrity people running around in the 90s at these parties that, maybe we want to avoid now looking back. But the Michael Irvin, Mike Tyson element, I think could definitely be a fun wrinkle. A rematch, Taylor versus Serrano 2. A saga, people, a storyline unfolding. But has there ever been like a young up-and-coming actor that is maybe not the most well-received by film critics, but takes on like an older guy in the scene? So would this be like Noah Beck out acting De Niro in a scene? De Niro might be a little bit too much farther along than Mike Tyson is. Maybe like a Tom Cruise getting out acted by, Tom Cruise is actually like 60. Tom Cruise getting out acted in a scene by Noah Beck in some like Marvel movie, and you're like, why is Noah Beck better in this movie than Tom Cruise? Like, what just happened? Like, would that even, that wouldn't even feel right, chat. Netflix, how are you going to buffer now? Ain't no way, chat. Come on, what are we doing here? Live chat. We want to see it as it happens. Pause. Cedric the Entertainer still giving us the best boxing analysis in the game. And shout out to Pluto TV, which has the Def Jam comedy, the original Def Jam comedy sets and stuff on there. With Steve Harvey, Bernie Mac, Cedric, Martin Lawrence. And the Grizzlies about to tip off. with the Golden State Warriors here. Taylor Jenkins getting the team fired up before the game in the locker room. Oh, chat. The pre-roll is starting. People are choppering in. Jake Paul's making a spectacle of himself. I mean, I gotta be honest. The diamond-studded ear is kind of a brilliant move. But the amount of promotion that they're doing here for this, these guys are doing a photo shoot together on top of a building? What's going on? This does feel a little bit scripted, chat. Does this feel a little bit too good to be true? Like, if Tyson actually wins this thing, is it too good to be true? Because, I mean, I know you think of like the Creed movies and the Rocky movie. Maybe you think of like a maybe you think you'd want to cheer for the young upstart guy. The guy trying to make his way in the world. Again, maybe he's not the underdog in the fights. Maybe the thing is you cheer for the underdog at the end of the day. But, the guy trying to make his way in the world, hasn't proven really anything yet. Maybe he's actually, let down a couple of times. But now he's got a shot at redemption against the old legend. And what does he do? Does he respect the legend, or does he try to take advantage of it for himself? And I feel like typically we'd root for that guy. But in this case, it's kind of flipped. Like, this young guy thinks he can come in here and mess with this mess with this legend. We just keep throwing around old guy. We're using it respectfully. It's a compliment. You want to be called an old man at some point in your life. But, if he thinks he can walk in to this old man's arena, do his sport, and thinks he can beat him, thinks he can knock him out. I mean, we're rooting for the old man here, people. And the odds say it, he's the underdog. He is the story of nobody believes in him. And this will definitely be scripted into a movie within the next couple of weeks. AI has probably already written the two scripts. What happens if Jake Paul wins? What happens if Mike Tyson wins? I mean, AI works so fast. Maybe that's how it actually is beneficial for movie writing, is you go, give me a script if Jake Paul wins by knockout in this situation. Give me a script if Jake Paul knocks him out in this situation. Give me a situation if Mike Tyson goes the distance and, does whatever couple of random things you want to add in there. Like, you can generate all these different versions of the same thing. Maybe AI is beneficial for movies, chat. People are like, it's taking people's jobs. You're going to turn in one script, one mid-script that's going to flop at the box office. Get out of here. AI is going to cook up 40 different scripts in an hour. Not even an hour. It's going to cook up 40 different scripts in, however long it takes us to think of 40 different prompts. Your skill is thinking of prompts. Think of prompts, and you're going to turn in, the best version of which path do you like. You could write movies with all these different paths. You could, as you write the movie, give me a movie script based on this prompt. And then as you go through it, you see something in the prompt, or you see something in the story where there's like a decision and it branches off and goes two separate ways. Which way does the character go? And then you could just have AI, you kind of rework the prompt to that point, and then with decision that way. And now you've just got an infinite amount of scripts based on all these different decisions. You can see how the different movies play out, what scenarios you like. It's better, chat. AI Hollywood is better, and our movies will be better for it. We will actually have good movies because all those different times in the script, you're like, where's the plot? Joker Folie à Deux? Running through AI 150 times, it would have been fixed. You said, Joker, write me a Joker script that it's a musical, and it would have laughed. It would have said no. Impossible. So really, at the end of the day, chat, I think Mike Tyson, Jake Paul is an AI film script And this was just, maybe this is all a film script, and this is just one of the scenarios, chat. The simulation is seeing what scenario it likes. Is this one good? The one with Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fighting on a Friday night? What is happening right now, chat? What is going on in the world? Not to tinfoil hat this, but what is going on right now? What are the SEALs up to? What is happening? Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, two people that should not be fighting are fighting. And it's free, and Cedric the Entertainer is on the panel. And he was interviewing Lennox Lewis earlier. There's an operation going down somewhere right now, chat. Something's happening, and they don't want us to know about it. Is there another Twin Towers? Yeah, something is going on, chat. Something's being rigged. Something is in the works. And they're trying to distract us with such a great event. And just giving us a 4-title unified belt situation, whatever we got going on here with the second fight, is just an absolute incredible gift on top of that as well. The Warriors lead the league in charges drawn this year. It would make sense that the team with guys that are sacrificing, some minutes and stuff because of the depth of the rotation might also be sacrificing, on the court in a different way as well. Sacrificing their bodies, pause. That's crazy. Sorry, chat. We didn't mean to say that. Are we live? Can we cut that out? Oh, Bane for 3. I feel like Bane's been kind of a sneaky guy this year. See, that's the thing with leaps. It's not always just one leap that a guy needs to take. Sometimes maybe that's his, Wemmy's like a half a leap. He's already there to being the best player, whatever. But it's not always just one sort of off season of awesome development and adding stuff to your game and then just maintaining and doing whatever. You gotta pause. You gotta grow a couple different times as an NBA player, and there's always going to be evolution. There's always going to be things you're wanting to add and change and get rid of. It's like a set. You got to come up with a new hour all the time. I think like in the NBA offseason, you just got to come up with a new hour every year and try to figure this stuff out. And there is a little of like, how much is Dylan or Desmond Bane really looking here? Last year's improvement, but his percentages are up across the board, even if the scoring is down a little bit. And the minutes are down as well, too. Only started 5 games in this season, so it's really just too early to say. But his three-point shooting has definitely been, for the most part, I guess pretty consistent. Yeah, looking through the percentages here, his whole career. But his three-point shooting up over 40%. Again, this year, it was 38% last year, so, totally fine. But whoa, Taylor versus Serrano. What a intense fight here in the first matchup. Shout out to the Zone Sports Days. You'd love to see old times. And is that Taylor getting wobbled there? Taylor just kept throwing punches regardless of what Serrano was bringing on the other side. Serrano was definitely landing the looks. And the ref stopped. So the way the ref stopped this fight, the first version of it between George and Serrano, that could definitely be a Mike Tyson-y Jake Paul type of stoppage this upcoming fight here. A lot of swinging, a lot of still trying to act in defense. But still not quite enough. Sorry, people. Here. Give me a second. Do we need to do a quick fan adjust, people? Don't go anywhere. I'm not going to leave. I'm just right here. A peek behind the scenes, chat. We're just like one of those restaurants, chat, where you just see into the kitchen, chat. You can just see how the food is made. We're not Subway, chat. Well, maybe we are Subway. Are we Poncheros, chat? Chipotle? I don't know. How local is Poncheros? I honestly, I think Poncheros. I think that's pretty much everywhere. Are we Chipotle, chat? You just show up to the Rem and Sam pod and you see how we just put the bowl together right in front of you. The burrito, the quesadilla, the tortillas. You know, we're just making the whole thing right in front of you. Pause. But no, it's a restaurant, nice kitchen. You can peer in. You know, there's a chef sandwich in another chef's head between two pieces of bread. It's a Gordon Ramsay joke, chat. It's not a it's not a P. Diddy kitchen. It's just a normal kitchen with a guy calling another guy idiot sandwich. Where's Serrano and George? Who's not ready to go? Who are we waiting on that needs some last second prep talking? Who's got the cold feet? I think with 3 career losses combined between them. That's crazy, chat. What was their career combined record? She was 47-2, and she was like 20 something and 1. Let's just say 20. I mean, there's 60 plus wins and 3 total losses between the two next fighters. This is really the fight, chat. This is the fight. 23-1 to 47-2-1. So even throw the 1 tie in there. I mean, we're talking 70-4, chat. If we just make the tie a loss, because if we just go, if we hold it to the standard of a win is the only thing that matters. They have 60. And this is the 2-minute rounds as well, too. No 3 knockdown rule. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell. First official. Fight official after 4 rounds. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell. Oh, are these just... I think they're just rerunning the... So are they running these same rules here for Serrano and Taylor? Because they've been running... I would not imagine they're running 3-minute rounds for the rest of them. I don't know why for the one with the most title fights they'd shorten out on that one. Serrano, 7 title, different weight division. Dominant. The stat means she's dominant. First ever male or female undisputed champion from Puerto Rico. Shout out. Just shout out the beautiful, lovely island of Puerto Rico. I have family on Puerto Rico, I think still. Hopefully. I don't know where they're at. They're somewhere in Central America. I'm pretty sure we have family in all the countries. But shout out to the brothers and sisters down there in Puerto Rico. Floating around, having a good time on the beautiful island. Is it walkout music time at least? Some intros? Some video? We got the videos fired up. Let's play the Pitbull. Let's play the Rihanna. Let's play the Usher. Warriors and Grizzlies locked in a dead heat right now as the first quarter just goes under 5 minutes. And Zach Edey hits a 3. Zach Edey's been hitting 3s this year. I think the plural on that is definitely a bare minimum. He may be like 4, 5, 6, 7 makes. But, didn't make that, I think, his entire career at Purdue. And I don't know if you would ever consider him, I guess if he's floor stretcher is kind of subjective. Like, Yeah, he's not maybe a guy that you would run 3-point plays for. But if he's capable off the pick and pop, if he's open, then yeah, maybe he would have confident green light, whateverness more at the center position for their 3-point shot than we would thought. Yeah, that would happen. Who's driving there for the Grizzlies? Oh, it's Looney running the court with the slam. So Bane is back off of injury. The Grizzlies always dealing with injury. Ja, unfortunately, starting to, and has been through his own troubles, his own injuries. Laravia misses the 3. I don't know why I was going to say DiVincenzo, but Laravia misses the 3. Curry not able to respond. And they're finally walking out, people. Serrano versus George. Here we go. 4 belts on the line. Serrano is placing them in the middle of the court. They will be drinking the heart-shaped herb in just a second. And then into the ring they go, where they will try to claim all of each other's jewelry. So, wait, should that's how it be? I guess you can't really wear like jewelry like that, but like if you have a chain, now you set your chain down. Winner gets all your chains. Winner gets the Pura Vida bracelets. Shout out. Should that's how we do it, chat? We're going to start a Rem and Sam fighting promotion. The Rem and KO Sam. IT, workshop a name for us. Come back with it. Pause. But we're going to start a promotion. And then figure it out. Okay, Serrano. Looking like she's got a bulletproof vest on. She's ready for anything, people. I don't know if that's supposed to be intimidation or if she's actually extra nervous. Who's more scared? The people seeing Serrano in a bulletproof vest, or does Serrano think that maybe something has gotten a little out of hand? Taylor, gold at the 2012 Olympics. Anyways, chat, I feel like we haven't even mentioned again the NFL games yet. We talked about Anthony Richardson. I feel like we were talking about the Chiefs. I really, really want to pick Buffalo to win this game just because I want to pick the Chiefs to lose at some point. But the problem is their plus money. I can't even. I'm going to have to like tie my hands behind my back and just not look. Close my eyes. I have to keep my eyes covered like this for the rest people because I cannot continue to look on FanDuel and see Pat Mahomes sitting there as a plus money underdog. And I get it. Again, Josh Allen, 3-1. It's one of those weird little things, but folks, I can't. Next thing, in 2 seconds, my eyes are going to be open and Mike Tyson and Pat Mahomes are going to be in a parlay. I just can't help it, people. You see the greatness of Pat Mahomes, and you have to take it. You have to take financial advantage when they give you the opportunity. So make no mistake, Anthony Richardson and Mahomes are going to find themselves in the Rem and Sam bet slip this week. Is that the next step for FanDuel? FanDuel, pull up a chair real quick. Is this an idea? Social parlays? You and your buddy can both throw a leg in there, both add into the little wager, and then, split the winnings amongst the people as well, too, where everybody, you can create the parlay however you want, but, if you have a group, maybe everybody throws in a leg, everybody shares in the winnings. It's a good time at the game. It's a good way to hang out. And maybe there's a stats sharing thing as well too. I don't know if we want to start actually giving out some certain business ideas away to other businesses. Now we might have to be careful with that. But the social bets FanDuel, that could be fun. I could see some social parlays being a good time at a party. That would be great, FanDuel. You want to get a parlay going? Imagine just walking around and be like, you guys, hey, you want to get on the we need a better name for it than the social parlay. The parlay parlor? Is that already a thing, chat? Does somebody have a parlay parlor? Because if not, imagine you just walking around a Saturday night. Saturday night, there's a college football game on. You're all hanging out. You're all having a good time. Maybe there's some NBA on in the background. Hey, you guys want to jump in on the parlay parlor? NBA Cup's on tonight. Anthony Davis is going up against Wemby. Anybody want to throw a leg in the parlay parlor? Cook up a little bet? I'm just saying, FanDuel. I think it might not necessarily be a bad idea. I think you might want to give it a shot. Okay, Katie Taylor is walking out. Her handler carrying her belts for her. And they've got Rainbow Road going tonight as well, too, on the catwalk tonight for the fighters. Very cool. Unfortunately, no go-karts for them to ride down on. That would have made this... That's the only thing they're missing tonight at the fight. The Waluigi sidecar. I don't even remember what the... Toad's Basket? What are the cars in Mario Kart now, chat? Have they updated the Mario Kart carts? I actually don't know, chat. We haven't played Mario. We did play Mario Kart. You know, it's one of those things. You end up playing Mario Kart once or twice a year at a place. Just randomly, it ends up being on. But we haven't definitely like played. I guess, you know, that's playing Mario Kart. They're on Mario Kart 9. Everything we need to know about Mario Kart 9. What's going on with Mario Kart 9, chat? Wow, shout out to the Mario Kart franchise. Keeping up with Fast and Furious. The two biggest car franchises out there. Oh, this is from 2022, chat? Oh, so they're probably on like Mario Kart 12 by now. Are they in the double digits with the Mario Karts? Is there a database of Mario Kart carts? How is there not? If there's not, stay tuned to the Rem and Sam feeds. I don't know which social feed will do it, but can we get that in a Spotify playlist somehow? We'll find a way to rank the best Mario Kart carts. $336 carts, chat. I don't know if that's... But how many different actual types? Because it's like... Every character has their... Yeah, see, every character has their own version of the cart, but sometimes it's just the own version of the same cart. I want to see if they have actual... The blue Biddy Buggy? The Diddy Buggy? What's going on there? Birthday Girl Rosalia... The Kittle Carts, Bullseye Banana. The land ship looks a little new. Cloud 9. Poltergeist 4000. The White Royal. Yellow Turbo Birdo. So again, yeah, maybe just adding characters that we haven't seen. But also the Barrel Train. Okay, the Barrel Train is new. Yeah, these turbo ones are new. The Rocket Ramby Rider is new to me. I guess I'm saying new to me is when I should clarify. Oh, look at this. They have dates, chat. Yeah. 2019, 2020. Okay, so all these ones I'm looking at are super new. Turbo Yoshi. Mushmallow. The pipe frame. let's see if we can dig back into the childhood chat here and see if they have a list of some of these older cards. Maybe it's just a bunch of new ones now. Maybe it's a totally new clan. The Purple Dozer? The Blue Crawley cards? Waluigi Racer. Whoa, the Gold Fishbone Fairy. Pause. This is a crazy one, chat. The Fishbone Fairy, not bad either. Boo Pipes? Boo Pipes? We may be stealing that one and busting that term out a little bit differently than maybe a Mario Kart race, but Boo Pipes is not bad whatsoever. It is not the coolest looking card, but I think the name Boo Pipes is going to carry. Gold Pipes too, but Boo Pipes is not bad. The Gold Sushi Razor. The Gold Bruiser. Here we go, chat. This is a fight right here. Okay, window check, chat. Can we keep earbuds on? Are we in range? Look at this, chat. Oh, window closed. Did you see the food being made, chat? The kitchen is sizzling right now. You can see the pans. You can see the veggies being flipped in the pan. You know, you can see the stir fry being tossed. You can see it all. I guess we're cooking stir fry at this restaurant. I'm not saying we're limited to maybe that one lane of, you know, wherever that food comes out of. Maybe it's a diverse restaurant, but apparently stir fry is in rotation as we speak at the moment. So Serrano and Taylor, 10 rounds, 2 minutes. Okay. So are Jake Paul and Mike Tyson playing with the ladies' ball tonight? The 2-minute rounds? And you can see maybe the speed of the fight as well too, compared to what we saw in the last, you know, right away, tangled up, but not even tangled up, just trying to stay untangled and just swing. A lot of times, you know, guys, they'll go in, they'll clench up. Maybe there'll be some fake punches in the clinch, but avoiding the clinch and just trying to, whoa. You love to see it. And I guess I didn't see who won the matchup. Was it Taylor? Was it? I guess Serrano has the belts right now, so must have been Serrano. Taylor out for revenge. So yeah, right now Netflix on the little score graphic, they've got some silver sort of bars on the side. Then the names, the time, the round in the middle. Maybe just change those silver to the color of the gloves. Do a red bar on Serrano's side, a blue on Taylor's side. There's a reason they wear the colors. But again, they do have the names pretty prominently on there. Oh, and Serrano wrapping up. Continuing maybe even a little bit after the bell. But a pretty even round one. I can't really... We're biased towards Serrano right now, so we might say her. But I guess you're allowed to score it even, chat. I feel like we would go 10-10 on that. I don't feel like anybody, you know, took it down a little bit, paused a little bit more than the other. They are applying the little metal ice thing to Taylor's forehead. I don't see Serrano getting ice on her face at all. So maybe, so like we're saying, maybe Serrano did walk away. Oh, yeah, there we go. She got that nice hook there on Taylor, knocked her back into the ropes. So we'll go 10-9. 10-9 Serrano. But Taylor was aggressive as well, too. And Serrano's got to be careful. I mean, so does Taylor. She's already been caught slipping. But Taylor's throwing punches. Like we said, she's not afraid in these moments when the shots are flying to keep up the attacks. We should have been paying more attention to the stats chat, the tail of the tape, because I'm curious to know what the reach is again for both these athletes. You see Serrano kind of managing the distance a little bit better. She's definitely controlling when to close the space with her punches and when to back out. But I don't know if her reach is that much longer. So there we go. Taylor had a shot there. She's getting in a little bit as Serrano continues to get a little aggressive. So now they clinch up for the first time. Sorry, Moses Moody, the Moses Moody, Kuminga, Jalen Wells, Scottie Pippen minutes for this game. But Serrano and Taylor on, we're going to be distracted for a second with a championship level bout that's going down. Only a minute left in the second round. I feel like, if anything, this might be starting to, this one could be a 10-9, right? And there we go. Taylor with a couple more sneaking in there. You could definitely tie this up, but it might be 10-9 Taylor. Oh, good shot by Serrano. Taylor kind of ducked away. Maybe it just brushed the top of her head, but she was definitely getting in there with some power. That was close to a clean look. And unloads a couple of shots here late. The last 45 seconds have been favorable to and again, in a 2-minute fight, like 45 seconds is a big chunk of the fight. It's been favorable to Serrano here, but for the sake of it, chat, let's go 10-9 Taylor if this keeps up here. Taylor kind of ducked into that. That could definitely be 10-10. I wouldn't be shocked if that one was tied, but just to keep it tied overall for the fight, let's go 10-9 for Taylor. Do we need to keep track of our score, chat? We probably should. We're journalists, chat. We're pros. We should be locked in just in case. Oh, geez. Unfortunately, we're running with the green pen tonight, chat. Is this going to be a phone notes type of night? Let's see what we've got going on with the backup pens here. Oh. We may have used up our last on the 1. We got a 1 out of it, chat. Whoa, Netflix! Netflix, don't go down! We've got an error, chat. Did you guys get it too? What just happened? It could be us, definitely. It could be me. Is it on Twitter? Did Netflix just crash? I think it did. We're getting buffering complaints on Twitter. How y'all gonna have the biggest fight of the year and y'all platform can't go longer than 5 minutes without buffering? WTF, Netflix is trending right now on Twitter. People are saying I need at least a month free. I think we just got the worst of it, chat. I think ours just went kaputs. We just got a streaming error. And now we're hit with the buffering. Whoa, chat. Scottie Pippen Jr. and Brandon Clark are going to get our attention. Because make no mistake, this society, chat, we move on to the next thing. Things come and go in the culture instantaneously. I know they call it a microwave society with the instant gratification, but with our consumption as well too, chat, I mean, the digestion in this country is a loose cannon right now. It just shoots right through you. You eat it and you poop it out right away. It's just what it is. So make no mistake, if Netflix doesn't want to load, I'll move on to basketball. I don't care. This fight, it doesn't mean anything. There's no belts on the line. I mean, there is for Serrano Taylor. I want to see what happens in the Serrano Taylor fight. But Tyson and Mike Paul, guess what? They've already delayed it. I mean, this Netflix might be delaying it right now. So I don't need to see this fight. It'll probably be on later. We can watch the reruns potentially. Okay, chat. We're not the only ones getting the error. It looks like it's going around too. Welcome in, people. Everybody that's jumping on right now. Due to the fact that Netflix just crashed. Jump on, people. The Rem and Sam pod won't crash. And if I eat my words, I mean, make me eat my words, people. If you can crash Netflix, let's crash the Rem and Sam pod. But we're holding in there so far. Can our little Wi-Fi system outperform the Netflix one? Who knew? Netflix is going to blame it on the internet. They're going to blame it on the providers. They're going to say our strength is not enough. Uh-oh, chat. We've got a picture. We don't have movement. We don't have a feed. But we've got a picture. We've got a nice shot of Tyson's back. Looking jacked up. A nice shot of the tries. A nice little tri-lat trap here on the right side. Pajemski cannon threes. Trying to fill time while Netflix loads. ESPN. They know how to do live sports. This is how you do it, Netflix. Look at this. Crystal clear. Luke Kennard with the pass to Wells. Wells driving. I can see everything fine. There's no buffering. Wells is just as smooth as the feed, laying it in. And the NBA continues to put along problem-free. Nothing doing. This is a disaster, chat. Netflix is down. Is this fight? Are we gonna have to tap in? We gonna have to fight off the feds, chat? But if everybody's feed is buffering, chat, I mean, the streams are the streams just gonna be off the Netflix stream? Like, why would the others, shout out to our other streams out there. Why would our supplemental streams be better than the actual Netflix stream? If it would just be an extension of the Netflix stream. But we'll give it our best, chat, because we're here to watch the fight. And we'll do whatever it takes. We'll see what's possible. Okay, chat, we've got it. So Netflix can get out of here. We would be watching it for free either way. Well, I guess not for free because we have to pay for Netflix. But now we don't have to feel guilty. Maybe the feds don't even care about this one. It's not a pay-per-view. And the UFC, Dana White, I think he might be a little more, maybe, I don't know if him specifically, but I think the UFC might be a little more cautious of that than maybe, or the NBA as well too. I think the NBA is up there with, they're kind of on top of trying to shut down some of the copyright stuff. But the NFL, I've watched some games for a long time on some streams where normally I'd have to reset the link quite a bit. And same with some college stuff as well. So maybe football's just got so much money that they're like, we don't even have time to worry about what's going on there. We can't even see over the stacks of money that this league generates. So we don't really know what's going on that side over there. Okay, I think this stream might be a little behind from what is actually going on live because this is the third round just starting. So maybe we were working a little bit quicker than we thought, chat. Maybe we just popped on right at the perfect time. But regardless, all that being said, we're down to 90 seconds left in the third round. But right now, We have it 19-19. Serrano with the first, Taylor with the second. And it looks even so far in the third. Neither of them really connected on anything super crazy. They kind of clench up. They get in on the face. Serrano might have won that exchange by just a hair. But Taylor now is not letting Serrano close the gap as much on some of these punches. She's extending out there first. Serrano's now countering back, kind of going low, trying to attack off that way. But we see them both now trying to not let the other get control of each other's space. And the exchange in punches right now is definitely racking up. We could see somebody get caught. It's turning into that fight. I think somebody's going to go down in this one, people. We may see somebody hit the mat before we hit. I think we might see somebody hit the mat in the first 7. So we're in round 3. We've got 4 more to go here after this one. And this one round 3 just comes to an end. Ooh, round 4, people. We're only 6 rounds away from the end of this fight, which means we're 6 rounds away from the Mike Tyson fight. Mike Tyson being interviewed, people. Let's tap in. The reporter just asked Mike what his prediction was. Is that Mike's son? Mike just butt out in the locker on Netflix. The announcer was like, we could have done without the butt shot. I don't know. Mike with a nice, tight 58-year-old butt. Looking good. Clearly, he's been doing total body workouts. Squats have been in the mix for Mike. Is he going to fight like that? It is the locker room, so you get what you get. Right now, Serrano is... In round 3, Taylor led in the punch percentage landed at 34-29. I think that one would have probably been tied. Taylor has gotten a couple of punches now off of Serrano's attacks. The counter defense has been good for her. Early. Serrano lands a couple now. Taylor clenches up. The #1 puncher, they said, for females right now in boxing is Serrano. Taylor going toe-to-toe with the #1. And you can see it as well, too, when Serrano gets a clean shot. I mean, you can see her power, her striking is definitely a step up. But Taylor is doing a good job. Her reach is, I would guess, good for her height, but similar to Serrano's maybe? She's not totally helpless when Serrano gets in there. Golden State not putting Memphis away, but at home. Curry with the steal. In transition. Oh, blocked by Smart. Getting a little too fancy with the up and under. Trying too much. Oh, and Serrano with the underhook to the body. A new shot she hasn't broke out yet. Oh, counters up high. A beautiful way to end that round. In a big win there for Serrano at round 4. I think the fight now is starting to turn in her direction. Wait, they're complaining about something that happened when we looked at Pizemski for a second. That Curry layup got us distracted. Did she get headbutted by Taylor? Taylor went to close for the clinch and headbutted Serrano Oh, and split. She now has a cut split open above her eye. So a headbutt there, you know, that spot above the eyebrow, that does get cut open pretty easily. So I don't know if that, I don't think that counts for damage as Taylor. Inflicted. I think Serrano is still the leader in that round, even though she got the worst of the cuts. But boxing people in the chat, am I wrong? That could be a learning moment. Okay, people, this round is the halfway mark. The unofficial scorecard. Oh, sorry, let me go back real quick. Serrano up 2 on the unofficial scorecard. Taylor, though, they gave the last round to at 10-9. So our scorecard might be right, but maybe we don't want to show our work. Maybe our round around is way off. Who knows? We'll get there with the right score at the end of the day, though. Serrano up on top is, pause, I think the right thing at this point. And Taylor is connecting a little bit here. Maybe we just need to give Katie Taylor a little bit more respect. She is being backed down to the ropes a little bit, but again, she is managing to get shots off when she needs. 59 seconds. Round 5. And I don't want to jinx it, people, but yeah, we're getting a good chunk of this fight here so far. Nothing too crazy happening. Maybe the feds want to watch this fight as well, too. The feds' Netflix went down. They're like, well, we need this. The ref chewing out Katie Taylor, not following the rules, apparently. Serrano. Will she give up her belt, people? Will Taylor swoop in? I mean, this seems like, I mean, and you know, again, we're new to the boxing scene here. We're learning these stories as they're happening, and I mean, you know from the amount of belts that are on the line that this fight is something special. But you see it the eye test as well, too. And that cut is... That's a bad cut on Serrano's head from the headbutt as well. It's definitely becoming a problem. They're working on... It's not becoming a problem necessarily, I think, when she's fighting, but I think it's definitely annoying. Annoying for sure, to be the understatement. But they're still working on it as well. Uh-oh, and we may have jinxed it with what we said earlier. Let's see if Netflix is back, chat. Okay, shout out. Maybe enough people left. Netflix is back up. Oh, okay, chat. So we were behind on the stream. We're in round 8 now. I think we're in round 5 or 6. And Taylor with some big connections. Serrano responding. So Taylor has been back down to the ropes. Taylor is clearly playing defensive here in the last half of the fight, but she still is managing to connect, keep it interesting, keep Serrano honest. Serrano's just unafraid, though. She keeps on attacking, keeps on walking her down. And yeah, that cut on Serrano's eye now is really bleeding. Weirdly, the path is like kind of avoiding her vision. It's kind of like trickling down the side, but still, I mean, that's definitely not something that you want to have happening when you're fighting, an unavoidable consequence. But the ref is not happy with Taylor's performance in this round. Oh, it's getting wild, chat. The exchange is heating up. They're in close quarters. Katie Taylor is taking chances. She knows, chat. She knows she has to take a chance to win this fight. And Serrano is connecting. I think the ref is calling the fight. Oh, he took a point away. We need to let this play out for a second, chat. Sorry, we need to hear what's going on. Let's figure out what just happened at the end of this round. They just deducted a point away. The cut is actually crazy, chat. That is not a good cut. If FanDuel puts that cut on the parlay page, that'll help us save some funds. We won't be looking at that page. Oh, the ref was like, gave her the point. And Netflix, with no regard for the kids watching for Jake Paul, just keep showing the fight. Or keep showing the cut. And no regard to the adults like me that just want to see the violence without the, without the carnage that results. Okay, they're going to break it down. So when Taylor, they're deducting the points off the headbutt. So when Taylor is in these close quarter situations, she keeps leaning in and keeps leaning forward, and she keeps headbutting Serrano. And she's honestly not really changing her game plan that much here in the ninth. Ariel's going to give us an update. The ref is like, I mean, she's such a nice person, but she keeps leading with her head. She's going to get a targeting call. I think she already did, but the second half of the targeting is the ejection, and that is the part right now, the calling of the fight. I don't know how far that can go. Point deduction to end the fight. TKO, how that goes down. I guess DQ'd. John Jones style. Oh, Taylor with a clean shot. She finally gets a really good one off there. To be honest, I don't think this strategy has necessarily really worked out maybe as good as we were. You know, she's been courageous with it for sure, but I don't know if it's been as successful. But she's getting one there. The HD just don't count on it for Netflix anymore. Forget even 4080p. I mean, we're watching this thing in 360p or whatever. Shout out to the old YouTube days. I feel like even YouTube is kind of cleaning that up a little bit. Here we go, chat. Last two rounds. It's game point time. And she's got to do the lean in as well, too, to cover up because, you know, Serrano did get her with that undercut to the body, but a lot of the stuff has been over the top. And she is, you know, she will sneak in the spots where she has to. Like if Serrano's leaning in, you know, or Taylor's leaning in, you know, she's got to attack where she got to attack. But a lot of that stuff has been over the top, and she kind of needs that to stay from just getting absolutely blasted. But I mean, I feel like with that point deduction as well, too, I don't know how she's able to gonna make that up. Oh, my bad, people. Final round. I'm still on live stream time here. I haven't adjusted. Round 10. Taylor needs a knockout. She's playing. You can see the aggression. Serrano trying to walk her down, but Taylor less resistant to giving up her space this time, keeping her in the middle of the ring. And kind of working her back into the ropes, Chad. If Netflix can load, If Netflix can stream the fight, we can tell you what's happening. What are you doing to us, Netflix? What is this? Oh, what a fumble. Ernest Biner. Who Red Sox fans in the chat? Who is Ernest Biner the guy, or is he the running back? I think Ernest Biner is the fumble. Who's the baseball guy that let the hit roll between his legs? Shout out. Honestly, it's probably a good thing for that guy. That guy that we don't remember his name. Everybody's remembering his name for all these years for that play, and finally, it's been long enough ago that people are starting to forget who actually did it. But that play, chat, that is Netflix right now. Netflix was Leon Lett running toward the end zone. They had the biggest bag of, they had the biggest instant. Everybody's watching this right now, chat. People at work were talking about the fight. People called the restaurant today asking if they were going to show the fight. And finally, Netflix reloads. But they had the easiest 100 million viewers of all time, however, the whole country is tuned in, and Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. Maybe that's the systems can't handle it, but they're Leon Lett running toward the goal line, and Don Beebe, the buffering zombie, Don Beebe, chasing him down, fumbling the ball. Taylor with the minute left. She needs a knockout. She's maybe a headbutt. Can she headbutt and swing at the same time and make it look real? And she might be running out of gas. She's got Serrano backed up onto the ropes, but the punches have slowed down. Serrano clearly has the power with 30 seconds left. The only thing keeping Taylor up at this point is the ref pushing her back away from Serrano. 20 seconds left, chat. The punches are going to have to fly if Taylor's going to get the belts. She got her on the face, chat. She got her on the face. We're down to 10. She's on the ropes, and I don't think she's going to do it. I think she's too in close quarters. She's not going to be able to load up. She got a couple of strikes. And she made an effort, chat. She was relentless. She didn't go down. Pause. Perhaps she should have. It is Netflix. But I think Serrano is going to retain her belts. The 200,000 people they packed into AT&T Stadium. This thing is, Jake Paul can move tickets, man. The boy just packed AT&T Stadium, and there's extra seats. Sorry, chat. I don't know. Did the mic just pick up that burp? That was crazy. We had the rest of that leftover chili and some pizza. Speaking of which, the pizza slice is behind us right now. They're sounding mighty good. I'm tempted to take another break, eat those, blame it on the fact that we're losing our voice. We need to reset. But Mike Tyson is up next, people, and this is the moment we've been waiting for. And we will power through. Halftime is near, and halftime is here in the Golden State Grizzlies game. Golden State up 7, 48-55. Steph with only 7 points in the first half, but he's only 2 for 5 from the field. The unofficial scorecard had Serrano at 96-93. And really, Serrano with the first 3, Taylor with 1, Serrano with 2, Taylor with 1. 6-4 at the end of the day. But Taylor really hanging in there. And that headbutt round would have been in round 8. So it wouldn't have been enough ultimately to get her the win, but on the unofficial scorecard anyways, it still would have been 94-96, but I mean, giving her that, potentially another round would have been interesting. Could have used every point she had in this one. And we've got a Canada judge, a Texas judge. And who is the other judge, chat? In Indiana, Texas, and Canada. So really trying to get a feel for what Middle America thinks. And I feel like Canada is essentially Middle America. Though, are they more East Coast? Canada, what section of America are you more like? Midwest? East? You're not like the South, are you? Maybe to some of the hockey players you are, but for the most part, what are you guys up to? Decision chime, chat. It's Serrano, but was it unanimous? Was it a lot? It's unanimous. 95-94. It's 1 point. It might be Taylor. Oh, chat. Once again, I think we we were reading the fighters wrong. That's right. Taylor had the belt and Serrano was the challenger. Taylor ends up getting the win. But, I mean, that speaks to what we thought Serrano had the better fight. She was up on the unofficial scorecard. Yeah, and the announcers are saying Serrano might have won the fight as well, too. Wow, chat. So maybe this is a scripted event. Maybe Netflix had this all laid out and knew how this was going to go. Maybe they thought with the buffering we wouldn't notice that Serrano had the better performance. But over the course of the fight, people, Serrano was the one that looked like the champion. Serrano was relentless, really, throughout the whole fight. And, I mean, Taylor was playing with her head. I know we were trying to... as people not necessarily well-versed in fighting, you don't want to just be like, oh, is Serrano out here picking her apart? And that was definitely not happening whatsoever. Like, I mean, the judges all scored it within 1 point, so they all said it was really close, but wow. So maybe in close fights, the champion tends to get a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. And I don't know if that is a... Well, the other time I would really think about that as well, too, recently, would be in one of those Grasso-Shevchenko matchups that we've seen. They've had an excellent bout of, an excellent run of fights here. But Shevchenko had one where it did seem like maybe Grasso kind of outdid her, and Shevchenko still was able to walk away with the judge's decision. And then Grasso, of course, goes back and gets to the next time. And Serrano, this was the rematch, but Taylor was the one at the end of the day that the judges decided, even with the point deduction as well, too. But the Irishmen, they're relentless. She channeled her Conor McGregor. Oh, the fighting dirty claims, chat. Yeah, I mean, she was. I don't think she was fighting dirty either. She obviously defended herself. I think the headbutts were an unfortunate consequence of Serrano's ability in that fight and what it was forcing Taylor into. And unfortunately, what it was, what it was forcing her into was some illegal moments at sometimes. Oh, and a sweet hug. Serrano, she's a pro. The coach. You love to see the sportsmanship. But losing with grace, of course, you have to respect it. One of the finest things you can do. And Chad, her eyelid is a cut. And she was better tonight, chat. The ones that were here watched it. They know it. They saw the fight. Top 5 gnarly cut, chat. Respect to her for powering through. We can't even stand looking at it. She had to fight with it. A fighter she is. And the winner she should have been. But shout out to Taylor as well, too. I mean, retaining all your belts. A proud moment. The legacy continues. You can't be mad for somebody building and continue their legacy. Continuing to add to their greatness. But Serrano, it seemed like it was her moment. So is there a precedent being set here? I don't know if that means favorableness for Tyson or favorableness for Jake Paul, but the judges like rewarding the champions, so maybe Tyson. If it needs to go to the scorecards or we need to see a thing or two. So they just showed a replay here where, you know, and maybe that was the one that opened up the cut. I thought there was another headbutt they showed as well, too. There was a couple of headbutts that they showed, I guess. But, like the one that they just showed, for all the just shows, the one that they just showed is Serrano also leaning in as well, too, kind of at the same time as Taylor ducking down, and more of a head collision than necessarily Taylor headbutting, because that's what it is, right? It's you can't headbutt your opponent. You can't use that as an attack. If heads collide, that is one thing, and it's also a little different too than, like, you know, maybe in the guys like a kick to the groin type of ordeal, where even if you're not aiming, like the explicitness of that when you connect is a lot different accidentally than like an accidental headbutt. But, you know, regardless, she had enough of them where the judge feel like they need to stealth in. And the coach making a compelling case. Some fighting words. They might get the fight restarted again, but passionate about his fighter. Oh, Serrano thinking about MMA. You know, I could see it for her as well. She does have MMA vibes. Ariel, he loves stirring up the drama. Great job of keeping these guys all interviewed together. And Puerto Rico standing behind their person, standing behind their country in these trying times for the country, as they are being dragged through the mud by comedians, by everybody. Now, a shout out Tony, shout out Puerto Rico, like I said, we love everybody on the Rem and Sam. Everybody's welcome. We'd have Tony Hinchcliffe and a Puerto Rican on at the same time, and just have a good time watching. Would that end up being the fight? Just, you know, having a good time hanging out. Can we find a sporting event that Tony Hinchcliffe and the same Puerto Rican, they both like it? Do a little watch party? We'll work on it. We'll slide to some DMs. See what can happen. But we love everybody. Okay, Tyson, Jake Paul are on deck. Up next. Okay, I'm not DJ Remedemics yet, people. The 6-7 hour straight streams. Pause. maybe the voice just needs to be a skill set that works up there. But we'll take a quick timeout. We'll be back for the Tyson Paul break. Tyson Paul fight right after the break. Don't go anywhere, people. The action is just starting. I mean, maybe that was probably the best fight of the night. But Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, the most anticipated. We'll be here for it. Don't go anywhere. Okay, chat, it's a party now. Are we on? 3, 2, 1. It's a party now, chat. We've got the pizza out. It's booking season. It's fight night. We're here to have a good time. Pull up a chair. Pull up a slice. Get in on this. Jake Paul, the problem child. He's scary, people. I don't know if, I mean, Tyson is obviously scary, but I mean, you cannot. I mean, this is so backwards, but we're gonna say I guess both guys are scary, chat. I mean, has there ever been a celebrity fight like this, chat? Has there ever been something in this realm? Guys with this sort of, I would say, almost perfect sort of age to skill combination. Because again, like if this was basketball, you couldn't, like Michael Jordan couldn't play LeBron in one-on-one right now. I know LeBron, you know, LeBron's 40 as well too. You know, we can make the old man jokes all we want about that as well. But, you know, LeBron couldn't play Michael Jordan couldn't play Jason Tatum in one-on-one. He can play Paolo Banchero on what Anthony Edwards. Michael Jordan, Anthony Edwards, and you know, Anthony Edwards is gonna cook MJ right now. Anthony Edwards is one of the 15 best basketball players in the league. You know, one of the 10-5 at the peak of his powers, you know, however you want to do it. But this sort of perfect Paul at this stage of his career, Tyson at this stage of his career. Wow, and on the graphic chat, Tyson is just more jacked than Jake Paul. It's just what it is. I don't know if the graphics team gave him a little boost. But on that picture, chat, he looked tight. The arms, the shoulders. I mean, Tyson, this might be the best body of his career, chat. Is that a hot take? Is this Tyson's best body of his career? Is this another... We always end up doing Google searches of guys' bodies on the stream. Pause. But what was like peak Mike Tyson jacked? What years are we looking for here, chat? When did Robin Givens first start making eyes at Tyson? How jacked was he back then? Was that peak Mike Tyson muscular physique? Looking good. Because, you know, the strength, obviously, and just the overall power, like whatever, like, I feel like the definition in his physique is definitely on par with what we're looking at from back in the day. It's not far off, chat. There's obviously a couple of pictures here. I can't just like tell you what year just by looking at which version of Tyson that these are from. But, you know, we're looking at younger Tyson. I mean, this is about as muscular physique as you can get. But, I mean, the point is, you look at him now and you go, at least from a physique standpoint, he hasn't lost a step. Holy cow, Chad. This is actually happening. We, as a kid in our mid-20s, we are about to go see Mike Tyson fight. I got to make sure Sam's watching this fight. How many exclamation points do we have to send him to let him know, like, how many chances are you going to have to watch Tyson? Tyson, opportunities to watch these old, I mean, this is even different than like a concert. Hopefully it's enough time. Hopefully he sees it. Sam, if you're tapped in, why are you not watching the fight if it's not already on in the background? I mean, I bet America is tuned in. I bet the man is tuned in. Okay, we're not going to complain about the Netflix buffering problems right now because it is break time. And we will let Netflix, understandably, use this time to get the systems under control. It's just Cedric the Entertainer. If I had to choose between Mike Tyson and Cedric the Entertainer, who would I rather watch tonight? I'll take Tyson. But like even, I don't know, like a football, like maybe a football game would be only the other realistic version. But again, also to get an older guy that could actually put up a really good performance as well too. Like even if we think Tyson is at risk of losing, and even if he's at risk of getting maybe even knocked out, like we were saying, I wouldn't say that he's at risk of getting demolished. Like I would say that he's at risk of getting caught for sure, but he's not at risk of getting picked. Like Jake Paul's not going to pick him apart. I mean, this is Mike Tyson we're talking about. This is maybe the greatest boxer of all time. Greatest, you know, I get, you know, you start talking Floyd with some of the technical stuff, but I mean, Tyson's got it. Like Jake Paul's not going to outsmart Mike Tyson. So the fact that physically Tyson is still like, we're like, okay, he still has the pieces to be able to do something. There's just not a lot of guys in any sport at his age that could do that. Like, I guess you could do like a flag football game. Maybe like an old flag football game. If like we're saying, you know, I don't know, who 87 QB draft. If Elway or Moreno is out there throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson, like that would be kind of fun, but that's one, obviously I don't think like must-see TV, any kind of flag football game. But just the idea of that, it's not necessary. You're like, okay, I mean, Moreno, you know, you don't want to take any any of your days for granted, especially, once they start racking up. But you go, okay, the idea of Moreno or an older quarterback playing in a flag football game, I could see that again at some point. That is not something that is like a one-off type thing. Even like we're saying, that basketball event, even if we're using it to compare how we would view the matchup for predicting it, the anticipation of it, like a one-on-one basketball game, it's a cool thing. And I know, I think other people have made this point as well too when talking about fighting as just the best sport in general, is that element compared to all these other sports as a fight is just, much more high stakes. But again, I'm saying the ability for a guy to perform at that level, I think, is really incredible. Like, would there even be a 60-year-old basketball player that we would feel confident enough as we would in Mike Tyson? Maybe, I was going to say, maybe if Dion was like out to cover a receiver, but Dion was saying on Nightcap once with Ocho that he might even struggle covering Ocho. Cinco was like, the man's had some surgeries on his feet. He may be down some toes. There may be some other factors limiting his ability to cover a receiver now than more than just his age. He maybe has some wear and tear that he can't overcome. But that's the other thing as well too. Like, Mike somehow has done the boxing career and still has enough wear and tear, not enough wear and tear to get back out there at 60, or maybe it is the wear and tear that's making him get back out there. The CTE makes him think he could do it. Maybe if Dion was covering Antonio Brown. Is Cedric a boxing guy? I don't know if I've ever seen like a big Cedric. I mean, he's definitely not a UFC guy because I've never seen the UFC cameras pan around to Cedric the Entertainer. Maybe they need to do a better job of picking what kind of celebrities they pan to. But we haven't really necessarily seen the boxing matches enough as well too. And maybe Cedric has got the TV on at home, keeping up with the sport. This is crazy, people. This is crazy. And I mean, Jake Paul is about to potentially enter a whole nother stratosphere as well, too. I mean, just the name value that he's going to get from doing this is going to be crazy. Like, again, I think this might be... Is this the biggest fight of our lives, chat? Am I getting too crazy? Am I getting too crazy? I could be. I get the Mayweather-Floyd fight was a huge fight for fight fans and for sports fans, and I think it was a huge crossover event. But we're talking about popular culture on the street, the odds that you go up to somebody and they know about the thing that you're talking about. Like, I know that my grandma is going to find out about this. This will be on the news. This will be talked about in whatever news, radio circles, articles, blogs that she's on. Like, this will come across her path. And maybe it even won't register enough for her to bring it up. But if I ask, she'll see something about it. I feel like people like, again, the people that maybe are not following sports, but just the news people, this is going to be a big thing. And maybe, maybe if you had described Jake Paul enough, but as a YouTuber, I don't know. I don't think as a YouTuber, and even with the moves that Jake Paul's made in his career post the YouTube and expanding his role, I don't think that he had broken through the popular culture in that way. But I do think, household name, I think, is a little strong, but maybe a semi-household name. Like, I would say one person in the household, but then again, like, if you have kids and stuff, then maybe just the YouTube effect of that, like, you start doing the math weird, then maybe we're not getting the stats totally accurate. But he's going to get a massive, massive boost, I think, in popularity after this. This is going to put his name and popularity, I guess, like name value. The name recognition for Jake Paul is going to be insane. And I was thinking about that compared to his brother Logan Paul too, because I mean the WWE thing for him. I mean it seems like WWE people like talk about him in the same way that Jake, and maybe even more favorably than Jake as a prospect, but like where things seem to be going well for Jake in boxing, like it does seem like Logan is, and I'm less in WWE than boxing, but it does seem like people, you know, think things are going well for him in a similar way for Jake. And again, I think even the WWE community is maybe even embraced him a little bit more than some of the boxing community in the way that they've been split on that. But the WWE now is like kind of a, and it's still like really, I think, underratedly underground kind of big, but still kind of in that next tier down sort of niche. And you sort of still have to be really focused on what's going on to know about it. But, you know, again, for people in our generation, like Paul Brother news is just something that you're going to hear about regardless. But for that next big, for the next generation that aren't necessarily walking in those circles and the generations over that, they're not going to stumble on WWE news. WWE news is not going to just break into the mainstream for no reason. So Logan Paul's not going to break into the mainstream via the WWE just based on that, unless something, you know, out of the norm. And obviously, man, not bad, but like, you know, maybe some crazy thing happens out of the norm that would deserve that. Then yeah, obviously there's exception to the rules. But this event right here is going to be so much bigger than any WWE event. Maybe I'm wrong, chat. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's a buzz in the air, chat. I mean, we want, I don't even think people want to see Paul lose. They just don't want to see Tyson or see Paul. Yeah, they don't want to see Paul lose necessarily, like, or get beat, but they don't want to see Tyson lose. We just don't want to see Tyson lose, and we don't want to see Tyson get beat up. That's really what it is. This is so sad, people. America, we want to tune in to see if Mike Tyson can hang with somebody at 60 years old. Is really what this is about. Because Jake Paul is a draw, people. And we were saying Jake Paul can sell tickets. We were wrong. Iron Mike Tyson can sell some tickets, man. Because Jake Paul could do an arena. Jake Paul MSG. For sure, no disrespect to I mean, that's maybe even as a venue, pound for pound, a better venue than AT&T Stadium, but we're talking about actually booking it, moving the sales. You know, maybe Barclays, they could have this over in Barclays, Vegas, T-Mobile. But you bring in Iron Mike Tyson, you're going to Jerry's World, going to AT&T Stadium. Oh, see, I mean, they just showed the Jake Paul highlight against Woodley. I mean, he crumples Woodley with that punch. I mean, Woodley is about as out cold as you can be. Silva goes down hard. Fury, they really showed. Fury got him pretty good. But the thing is, Jake Paul hang with Fury. Like, I think Fury was definitely a couple of notches above him, and Jake Paul showed some stuff. He got a knockdown. Fury was a little too happy to win this. But he continues to get better. And I mean, he's the Diaz fight as well. Oh, he knocked Diaz out of the ring. I forgot about that. They buried that highlight. And then Perry has the last win. Mouthful of pizza, chat. Pause. And the Grizzlies just won't go away either. Down by... Oh, sorry, chap. We're trying. Down by 9. To Golden State. Almost 6.5. 6:41. Left in the third quarter. Jake Paul, though, chat, looking jacked up as well. Jacked Paul? Okay, Logan Paul gets in the shot here. Hugging Jake Paul, so this is good for him. Motivating Jake beforehand. What are they doing, chat? I mean, these guys have done some crazy stunts before. What a bit, chat. I mean, you got to hand it to Jake Paul. Oh, here we go. The Tyson. Oh, peak Tyson, chat. I mean, holy cow. Take back everything I said. You know, you watch highlights like this and you would say you'd probably would say something like, oh, man, a quarter of this guy could beat Jake Paul. Oh, give me 10% of peak Mike Tyson could take on anybody anybody with Jake Paul's ranking. And what percentage do we think Mike Tyson is at right now of that fight, of those peak days? Is he at 50%? Is he at 40%? Is he at 70%, chat? Is he at 60%? Does it match the age? But whatever percentage you watch of these prime Mike Tyson clips and go, oh yeah, just a slice of that guy would beat the you-know-what Jake Paul. What percentage of that does he need to beat Jake Paul? And what percentage is he at right now? And is the number good or bad in your head? I mean, these knockouts, people are literally stroking out. He knocks people into strokes, in spasms. They don't crumple to the ground. They like take laps around the ring and then roll around the ring. And then they'll the fact that people try to get back up and then fall down, and it's almost worse than out cold. It's these absolutely defeating. And they're showing the Buster Douglas. But the thing is, Tyson is the Buster Douglas tonight. Tyson is the underdog. Tyson is the one being doubted. You know what, people? Obviously, we're rooting for Mike Tyson. We didn't even have to make that statement. That is clear. And again, we're not hate watching Jake Paul tonight. I'll defend Jake Paul, the boxer. Again, I'm scared of Jake Paul as a Mike Tyson fan tonight. But it's Mike Tyson. We can't root against this guy. Nobody's actually rooting for Jake Paul, right? Nobody prefers Jake Paul to win this. They just showed the Holyfield ear, and I got to be honest. The cut on Serrano's eye is much worse injury to look at than Holyfield's ear. Visually, for me, that Serrano cut was, wow. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Walkout about to happen, chat. Moments away. What are the closing odds, chat? They were moving around, like we said, all day. Moving more so favorably for Jake, but regardless, they've been active. It still sits at plus 225. Okay, chat. Some decisions may have to be made. We may be making 3 or 4 different decisions, actually. Decisions that we knew we were going to make. We thought we were not going to. But they have been made. And I will not tell you what those decisions will be for fear that I may jinx them. But stay tuned and I'll let you know which decisions were just made in regards to this fight. I won't tell you what kind of decisions. I think you can guess. But again, for the sake of not jinxing it, stay tuned for the end. Or during the fight, it may be very obvious when those decisions, you know, when certain things happen, it may be clear what decisions were made. But it'll just have to be a wait and see. Is this Storm Reed? Who's on the broadcast here? Shout out Storm Reed. Call in. And there's no... Oh, chat. I don't even know what to say, chat. I mean, this is literally it. I mean, we've made it to the fight. The walkouts are about to happen. I honestly don't know how you don't get a buffer for this event to announce it, but shout out to this guy. I mean, he's got the voice to go with it. I think this is like the #1 auctioneer in the nation. Whoa, we're going to get a national anthem, chat. What do we do, chat? Are we kneeling? Are we standing? How's this going? Do we go cameras off and let you decide? I think we appreciate America and appreciate this pizza and then appreciate the fight afterwards. And appreciate Tori Kelly. Shout out. Is she country? The country music stars, of course. They can be left out of our algorithm, but Tori Kelly may be working her way back in after this little national anthem performance here. I mean, again, they literally know, they're like, well, America's we just had to run this national anthem real quick. There's so many people watching. Well, it's not a Fergie. I think this is a good one. I don't think this one's going to be remembered, unfortunately. That's the thing. It's got to be like a... I mean, how many do we remember? But you don't want to be remembered. You just go out and crush. Plus, it's like the Super Bowls and stuff. I mean, this might be it, though. Imagine they're like, when we're talking about the greatest sporting national anthems of all time, when was it? Well, a couple of Super Bowls. There's a couple of NBA All-Star games as well, too. There's like a Marvin Gaye. And there's a couple others that I'm not remembering at the moment. But the Marvin Gaye might be the greatest national anthem one of all time. But it's the Super Bowl, it's the NBA All-Star game, and it's the Tyson versus Jake Paul. Shout out Shang-Chi. We defend Shang-Chi. I think it was underrated. Can't wait for Shang-Chi 2. Shang-Chi 2? Shang-Chi 2. Speaking of 2, Kuminga only hit 3 shots tonight. He's 3 for 11 right now. Oh, and he just missed a free throw as well. The Karate Kid people. They're sitting together. Shout out. Jonas Brothers sitting alone. Sad. Oh, Micah Parsons thankfully has a game on Monday. I was about to get upset. But they just... I guess Dak's out, so might as well go to this, and you might as well just stay the night, stay through Monday, I guess it's Dallas anyways, but don't bother, Micah. Season's over. Is Mike Tyson not putting those pants on? What's going on? No, Mike, you can't fight with your butt out. Oh, and Jake, well, it's not that the reach advantage is everything, but Jake Paul with the reach on him as well, too. Yikes, chat. Tyson says round 1? Paul says 4 or 5. I could see that for Paul. And that is, again, one of those things. If Tyson's being realistic, I think that's fairly realistic for Paul. I think maybe 5 or 6, potentially, if we're going to respect Tyson. But if he goes, yeah, if I pace this right, get through the early rounds, maybe his stamina starts to go, and then I can crank it up a little bit, and then maybe take him out pretty easily from there. I mean, that's not a super unrealistic game plan, but maybe you just need to prepare. I mean, obviously, you probably should just prepare for the toughest version of it possible. And he has at least knocked down every opponent. Obviously, he's gotten a bunch of KO wins, but even in his losses or his decisions, he's knocked down his opponents in all those fights as well, too. I mean, people, that's a real stat. That is a real stat. At some point, we're talking about real sports here. And if this was three-point shooting, it's like Wembanyama. I mean, you know, again, maybe he's not going to KO Tyson tonight. We were saying maybe more of a TKO situation, but yeah, Wembanyama was 4 for 13 from 3 tonight. He was back down to earth, and we know the three-point shooting is not the thing with him. But at some point, the stats are the stats. And maybe 3 games at 6 threes with the volume that he was putting up wasn't maybe the most, translatable long-term stat sort of thing that happened. But I mean, it's like the Cleveland Cavaliers. You're going to win 13 games in a row. Guess what? Sorry, spitting pizza out. You might be good. You might just be good. Jake Paul's just getting us worked up. I just can't also believe that it's just going to, again, he's like, Tyson's lost to these guys. I guess he's lost to already a couple of names, though. It's not like he's gotten an it's not like his only losses are to George Foreman and Larry Holmes. It's like, oh, well, hey, what do you do about those? Like, he's stuck around a little bit. But still, to put Jake Paul on that resume of losses, I mean, former YouTuber to take down the greatest boxer of all time, it's just not something that should happen. It's not right. And Jake Paul is taking advantage of Rainbow Road in the go-kart, bringing out his brother with him. I mean, what are the odds his brother is going to run out with a chair WWE style at some point through the fight? Has he taken the spectacle a little too far? He's got a pigeon. Is he going to give him a white pigeon? Well, I think Jake Paul's grandma is driving the car because they're moving at about a half a mile an hour. Go take your bathroom break now, people, before the fight, because it's going to be a while before Jake Paul makes it to the ring. Phil Collins is the hype song. I mean, iconic stadium sporting event song. But I got to be honest. If you're fighting Mike Tyson and you're walking out to Phil Collins, I honestly feel like a weight has lifted. As a Mike Tyson fan, this is the most confident I've now been in the fight. You could show me the Tyron Woodley highlight right now. You can show me those stats again. You can show me Tyson's age. You can show me the last time that Tyson fought and how he looked against in 05 with that loss. That was his last real fight. And all I will be thinking as you show me these things and explain to me why Jake Paul should win, and you can show me the odds, all I will be thinking is, are you feeling coming in the air? Pause, Phil Collins. That's all I would be thinking. And Jake Paul, I don't think Mike Tyson can lose to anybody that's bumping Phil Collins. Before the fight especially. Is Mike Tyson even going to play music? I think Mike Tyson's going to play Shannon Sharp's growling from his Instagram tape. So even though he's the favorite, chat, he walks out as the... And he is the challenger, I guess. He is the challenger. Tyson's a champ. But again, Jake Paul... You don't often see a challenger at minus 225. We've got a little silver sort of robe. I don't know how I feel about the pre-fight attire. But the trained killer is about to walk out, people. I can't believe it. I mean, we're actually seeing Tyson do a real fight. Again, this is not fake. This is not going to be 10 years from now. Brady in a celebrity flag football game. You know, I mean, they have NBA players in the celebrity game. T-Mac. This is not T-Mac in the celebrity game. This is Mike Tyson literally risking it all. On the line against Jake Paul. I'll get to say I watched Mike Tyson fight. An incredible, incredible thing if the Netflix loads. But we'll never see that footage of Michael Jordan versus LeBron. We'll never get to say we saw LeBron or Michael play. We'll watch the highlights of the games. We'll watch the full games on YouTube too as well. Shout out, great summer project. We saw Brady. We saw Mahomes. We didn't see Montana. No Bart Starr. We're not going to get to see these guys, but Mike Tyson. He's about to make his approach. The arena goes dark, people. Here it is. Mike. I mean, if Jake's not running from these highlight reels, I don't know how he's still in the ring. I mean, he's Bane. Oh, the slap. That might actually be the new slap, chat. I mean, obviously we said it's a better slap, but is it now the slap? When you say the slap, are you thinking of Mike Tyson and Jake Paul? Or Will Smith and Chris Rock? And I know it just happened as well for Mike, very recently. The unexpectedness of what Will Smith did, because again, it's a fighting prep. We've seen people pop off in the fighting press conferences of all time. It's an iconic moment for who it is and what happened. Tyson with literally nobody in his corner. I still don't think he has pants on. This is actually crazy. What is he doing, chat? How much money did Netflix give him? I mean, this never goes well, chat. If you awaken the old killer. Oh, chat, Mike's going to mess this guy up. Mike might do this, chat. If you mess with the old killer in the movie, he always gets there. Lethal Weapon, the Equalizer, chat? Tyson's the Equalizer. He's going to scan the ring like Denzel, and he's going to know exactly how much time it's going to take him to take this guy down. He's got the boxing mind of the Equalizer. The physicality of the Equalizer. He just doesn't... He's not doing this in a hardware store. Like the Equalizer. Pause. I almost can't even watch, chat. I feel like this is... like something I shouldn't even be looking at. Like Tyson's literally about to get in the ring and fight. In real time. In front of a packed out arena. Against, again, a legit contender. Against somebody who can and could and should maybe probably also beat him. But it doesn't matter. He's going to do it anyways. Pause. Warriors up 12, 16, or sorry. Yeah, up 12, 16 seconds left. Okay. Announcements underway. Oh, chat. Cody Big Mo, the announcer guy, giving us the breakdown. The announcement for Jake Paul underway. Can we get this pulled up in the background, chat? We're slacking on the stream here. Let's see what we got. Unless, of course, the YouTube jumps up ahead of us. We don't want that. Bro, where's the stats? We're supposed to have some round-by-round analysis on this page. Where'd it go? Oh, well, chat. We may be down our round-by-round analysis. It's just what it is. We'll power through, chat. Lots of boos. Again, rooting for Mike is one thing. I'd be curious to know what the percentage of the hate watching for Jake Paul is. Maybe it is more of a... maybe it's 60-40. I mean, if this isn't villain behavior, chat, the way he's stretching, the way he's yelling, the way he's beating his chest right now... I mean, come on. Mike has got to win, right? They wouldn't make this movie and kill Mike off at the end. There's no way. There's no way. If they did, they better have given him so much money. He has the crowd behind him, chat. Can he hear the energy from over here? I hope. I mean, Mike's a spiritual guy. He better feel it. 6 losses, chat, in his entire boxing career. He's fought the greatest of all time. He's been through worse than what he's been through in the ring. And some guy named the Problem Child with a YouTube channel is going to pull up and try to think he can take down Mike Tyson after 11 fights, even at the age of 60. There's no way, chat. There's no way that's actually what's going to happen. There's no way. Iron Mike Tyson. Okay, chat. We're 60 seconds from the start of the fight, if that. Maybe 120. I may be counting the wrong way. Which way does time work? Is it golf score or is it the other way? I mean, it's not an act with Mike either. That's the thing. Like that's what he's saying. He is a born killer. Even Jake had like a little, I'm trying to be serious, but, you know, I'm still me. Mike is as locked in as you can get. I mean, people, this is the greatest thing on the Netflix library. I get the roast of Tom Brady was fun, but I don't know what is Rush Hour on Netflix yet again? Because if not, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be anything better than this. Mike Tyson is fighting in 2024 at 60 years old. And they're actually going to let him do it. Can Logan Paul turn heel and attack Jake? Maybe that's the story. Logan versus Jake at the end. Mike said he can get him in round 1. It's 2-minute rounds. Oh, Mike. Be careful, Mike. Don't go too fast, Mike. Mike is aggressive. Mike knows. I think Mike knows he needs to get him early, and he's trying to be more intimidating. Jake got a couple of swings. Oh, Mike! 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 Oh, Mike! The power! It's still there! The fear! Jake threw a couple on him, and I don't think it did anything. He's got him against the ropes. Oh, people, Mike might be the GOAT. It's 8 2-minute rounds. I think my heart might be beating faster than Mike's right now. I think Mike is cool as a cucumber. I can't stand it. Chat, Mike. Get him, Mike. Get him. Oh, that was it. He's scared, chat. He's scared. The way he pulled up in defense, he is scared. He had a good swing, and make no mistake, you can see the power, but he is scared, and if Mike can get and close the distance consistently. Careful, Mike. Careful, Mike. Oh, Mike, careful. He can't take too many of those. Careful, Mike. Get in there, Mike. Get the body, Mike. Don't go too low, Mike. 10 seconds in the first. Can we get... I mean, he's going to take this first round if he doesn't take another shot. Yeah, stay out of there, Mike. That's 1-0, Mike. Okay, that's all you can do is win the round that just happened. But I think that shot got him, unfortunately. Like, how do you even coach Tyson at 60 years old? You're like, are you still breathing? Can you see? They're telling him to relax. You could see the anxiousness, not anxiousness, but he was ready to go. He tagged him good there, chat. Ooh, that right by Mike grazed its temple. And I don't know if it hurt him, but I think he felt the power, and I think he knows he can go down. Because you could see him be a little less aggressive and a little more careful with his punches after that moment. And win by points, chat. Can he win by... We were saying, could he make... He's going to have to make it the 8 rounds, though. You can see him be careful here. Jake's got the reach. Careful, Mike. He's just not as quick getting his hands back up. The power is there. The technique is there. But can he pull his hands back on defense enough to not get... Oh, Jake, don't taunt this man, Jake. Just get in there and fight him. Just get in there and fight him, Jake. Have some respect for the game. If you're going to do in this, you can't... I mean, you can be the heel outside of the ring, but... I mean, come on, Mike. You can't get... you can't let Jake Paul connect. Don't get tired, Mike. I mean, what's going to happen? Is he going to stop the podcast after this? Like, is he still doing it? So, Mike, less aggressive in this round. 30 seconds left. Chad, this is the most nervous I've ever been for a sporting event, maybe ever. Mike's giving him the looks. I mean, you could see if he was... Oh, Chad, if he was even a couple years younger. I think he might take this round 2. It might be tied, but... I mean, you'll take a tie. You're still winning the fight at that point. You're still winning the fight. Oh, and they're just advertising for the NFL Christmas game on Netflix? Netflix thinks they can pull off a fight. The buffering. How's that going to handle Christmas Day? The NFL is the biggest sport in America. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are going to be there? I mean, come on, people. This game's not even going to load. Okay, chat. I mean, it is a long fight, and Jake definitely did say round 3 and 4, so you can see him. Maybe that is the game plan, and maybe he will start turning it on a little bit more at that point. But, you know, if it gets into round 3 and 4, it is interesting. Then I think maybe it, depending on the shape that Mike is in at that point, it could be an interesting mental battle for Jake Paul. Oh, and Jake just got a good swing off of Mike. He hit him with a good right. And he is getting him with the right as well, too, which is obviously his strength. But he's connecting. He connected with the body. Oh, man, if Jake Paul turns this on, he might get him. The youth might be too much. Careful, Mike. Oh, and Tyson's wobbled. And now you can see the age. You can see the age. Don't do it to him, Jake. Get in there, Mike. He needs to just get him once. Oh, and it's not looking good for Mike now. Mike's starting to stumble, people. This is not good for Mike. Mike's going to go down. Don't fall, Mike. Stay up, Mike. He just needs one. You just need to connect, Mike. Play some defense. Don't lose your confidence. Jake, show some respect, man. Does the history of the game mean nothing to you, Jake? So Jake will take this one. I don't know if it was a 10-8er. Come on, Mike. 15 seconds. Okay, it'll be round 3. So this was what Mike was... And I mean, again, they were... I think they cut as much time out of this as they could. I mean, the man is 60 years old. And to be honest... I mean, at 60, this is crazy. Obviously, this is crazy. But I mean, this... lasting... Getting punches off on him? I mean, still even being in a position to win halfway through the fight at 60 years old? I mean, Mike should have won. Can they do like a double? Does he get like a point multiplier if he makes it into the later rounds? They should have worked that in. Yeah, it's it's just Mike's quickness. You can see Mike is still like Jake is missing him and he's not really connecting until like I mean you see peak Mike when he gets on a combo. Even if he's missing, it's like nicks in here and he's moving you where he needs and it's like Jake Paul's kind of swinging. He missed Mike a couple times, but Mike just doesn't have the quickness to be able to back out and if Jake gets in there, he's going to overwhelm him. So now it's like, how aggressive does Mike be? Does he try to get this right away? Does he try to last the fight? The unofficial scorecard is still saying Tyson. But we know we can't trust that. That was 4 points off on the last fight. And had the wrong winner. No, we all had the wrong winner. I think the judges had the wrong winner. And, you know, Jake is still not even really able to back him down. Like, Jake is circling the ring. I mean, you see Tyson still kind of working the space at this point. Again, it's just Jake is a little bit... Tyson's just old, man. What do you do? But they're still fighting in the middle of the ring. Tyson is holding his ground. And you can see Jake, yeah, the announcers are saying he's continuing to grow in confidence. You can see it. I mean, the way he pulled back earlier in the second round on one of those was like, I mean, he saw a ghost for a second. He saw the younger Mike Tyson. And I don't know if we have to check his pants later, but he is settling in. He has not really connected much yet, but 30 seconds left into the fourth. He was starting to unload a little bit more. Again, though, now we're 4 in. If we make it through this last 20, and Jake has a round, but I don't know if Jake quite has the fight. He was still circling, maybe being the more aggressor. Yeah, Tyson is not really loading up the same way. This may be a lot of defense for Tyson. This may be, hey, don't get in here. I'll try to knock you out if you come close. But you can see he's not really going to put himself in position. And honestly, he can hold this. Again, Tyson may want to knock him out. That may have been part of the plan. But Tyson still wants to win the fight, still knows how to win a fight. And if he has to drag this boy into deep waters to do it, you know, he's going to use his whole bag, even if that is, you know, he has to be in his Mayweather bag at some point. And he has to try to go on the defense. Another nice little body shot from Jake Paul. Got Mike going. But again, I don't know if Mike has any real damage. Jake doesn't either, but Mike's not getting beat up. And I don't think Mike would get beat up to a damage point at his age. You know, he probably goes down quick. He's not going to get back up with the swollen face and be like, let's keep going, ref. Okay, 5 of 8. We're in the back half. And maybe he gets a second wind if we get to 6. They have it tied right now on the scorecard. Jake is really starting to kind of feel him out with the left a little bit, which means he's setting up for that right. Tyson, you got to be careful. Jake is getting him back down into the corner. Careful, Tyson. Careful. Oh, this might be it. He gets to moving around a little bit. And I think he just needs to focus on the defense and not do that movement. Circle him. Get him off. And he's really just working him with the left here for the last, that full minute there. So careful, Mike. He's going to unload with the right. You can see him loading it up, too. Tyson! Can he get in there, Tyson? Jake Paul's dropping his hands a little bit. Don't let him get cocky. I mean, you don't want to get baited by Jake Paul. That'd be the worst way to lose, but don't let him be a prick either. Stand up for yourself, Mike. Okay, we might actually get to round 6, people. Oh. Back every time Tyson ducks down, he just gets right into a shot and another body shot to end the round. He seems to be eating them pretty well to the body. The coaches are getting a little nervous. They're gathering around him more intensely every round. And obviously I get it, but wait, was that round 5 or round 6, chat? Hopefully we're going into round 7, but I think we've got 3 full rounds left. Oh, and he connected good on the face to Tyson on that round. What a shot for Tyson to take at 60. I can't believe he ate that. And he got Jake Paul up in the neck. If he had got him up on the chin a little bit more, maybe we would have got that. I think maybe Jake Paul has I don't know, the chin maybe is talked about, but that might have to start being a thing talked about with him and again, we're 60-year-old Tyson here, but his ability to take punches might have to actually be like a real thing on the attribute list now. And now he's winning on the unofficial scorecards. I think Tyson is winning in spirit right now, only down by 1 point overall. But we still want him to get the W for the fight. Oh, Tyson again takes a shot to the face. Just don't go down, Mike. At this point, can you stay standing? If he gets the win, we'll take it. But if he gets through 8 rounds, honestly, that would be such a huge win to go 8 rounds with the professional boxer at the peak of his powers at 60 years old. I mean, I think that would just prove his greatness. Again, I mean, what are other boxers going to do at his age? How many other boxers at his age are going to get in the ring with Jake Paul and go 8 rounds potentially? Even 6, we're 6 and I mean, we're going to get into round 7 here. I mean, he's potentially made it through most of the fight. Jake Paul thought he was going to get him in 5. You can see him starting to not even pick him apart a little bit, but it's just, he can overwhelm him with the amount of shots as well, too. Like, Tyson can't be as aggressive in the rounds because, his ability to recover, they were talking about that with training, obviously, at his age, but his ability to recover in the moment as well, too, is going to be diminished. Like, Jake Paul's just going to be able to load up more. And you can see that math being put to use. Like, I would say Tyson, if you go shot for shot, maybe the amount of good shots that Tyson's land versus thrown, like, quality shots is not too far off. And the announcers just said it as well, too. Tyson's legs are gone. So it's going to be 2 rounds of Tyson with the walker in the wheelchair. Are we into is this now sort of like, what do we think? Again, we're watching the fight in the moment. How does this go? Like, what do we think now if Jake Paul doesn't finish Mike Tyson? Is it like, Jake, are you any good? His legs are gone and he's 60. You got to get this. You got to take him down. He's 60 and he's tired. And you're a pro, buddy. Yeah, the coach just said it. He's like, his reflexes are slow. I mean, his reflexes are twice your age. The arena in nerves. And again, it's just like we don't, Mike Tyson is he gonna get crippled by this young kid? Is this young guy gonna come out here and put Mike Tyson in paralysis? Like, come on, we don't want to see that. Tyson trying to channel something. Is there life from Tyson? We're not getting our hopes up, so we're gonna say probably not. Just survive, Tyson. Don't lose. Don't put yourself in a bad position. Pause. Tyson, 16 for 87 on the punches, 18%. He's trying, man. He's 60. But again, you know, Jake Paul's at 200. Tyson's at... Jake Paul's only at 29%. Okay. 60 seconds. That means there's 3 minutes left in the whole fight. Can he still do it? And Jake Paul is now starting to look a little tired as well, too. And I think the aggression from that round for Tyson... I mean, Jake is still a little like... Oh, there it is. There it is from Jake. 30 seconds left. And that's the thing as well, too, with the end of the fight nearing. I mean, this is a Pereira tactic. The ability to really sort of crank up, pause, knowing that the end of the fight is near. You know, knowing how much pace you have left. You can sort of unload a little bit more. Oh, and the punches are starting in. He's... Stay up. 10 more seconds, Mike. Stay up, buddy. He's doing it. We're in the final count for the 7th round. Paul is not looking too interested in knocking him out, but he will tap him. Pause. 1 more round to go, people. Tyson has made it to the 8th round. Wow. 60-year-old Mike Tyson went 8 rounds. Is going 8 rounds, pause, with a professional boxer. Unbelievable. We're gonna have to. We're just chilling. We have to take a break like Tyson in the corner. We have to just let it even out for a second. I don't know how we're going to try to stay zen through these last 2 minutes, but he was definitely... Oh, man, he hit him with at least 3 or 4 combos there. I mean, again, the power... We know Paul's power is real. Get up. Get up, Tyson. He took all the time on that stool that he needed. Come on, buddy. 2 minutes. Thank goodness they got this thing shorted to 8. And thank goodness they got it to 2, because I mean, again, this was max time. Could they have done that 6-rounder? Okay, Tyson, don't get sloppy here. He's gonna have to move. And now he's in sort of like the, oh, I don't want to get knocked out territory. I just got to survive 2 more minutes. I don't think Jake Paul's going to knock him out. I think it would be TKO. I think at this point it looks like he's a little too cautious to kind of go full clip on him. But if he just overwhelms him and gets the ref to step in, I think he can maybe stop it. 60 seconds left. Come on, Tyson. 60 seconds. If he goes 8 rounds, it's a win for Tyson. If he survives, it's a win. We'll edit the Wikipedia page for as long as we can. We'll check it often. We'll make sure it's bookmarked. We'll log in as much as possible. We'll keep switching it over to a win. With the footnote saying, it's a win if a 60-year-old goes 8 rounds with a professional boxer. 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Just let him be, Paul. Oh, come on, Mike. 10 seconds. Is there something in there, Mike? Is he tempted to go for it? I don't think so. Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. Jake Paul bowing down to Tyson at the end. Mutual respect for the two of them. Do we have to give Tyson the standing O, people? I think we have to give Tyson the standing O. Unbelievable work by Iron Mike to stay alive tonight. I can't believe Netflix almost broadcast a free death, but I didn't know if the shrooms would hurt or help him, but I think it helped. Tyson with Jake Paul with major respect, major love. I mean, come on, people. Mike Tyson is 60 years old. We know what's up here. And I gotta be honest, people, like, you know, a boxing fight is to, if these guys were in gloves and met, just say they both taped up gloves and decided to go for a walk and then randomly met into each other and got into a fight, you know, that kind of a fight is actually like, how quickly can I end this? It's not the, hey, I actually have in the back of my mind the potential that there is 8 rounds here and I have to try to pace myself along with trying to have moments of actually attacking and cranking up the pace. Like, if Tyson is just like, I have to take this guy out as soon as possible on the street, I mean, people, V2 is just, we have to set it up where they can sign a contract wherever they see each other. They can just, it's on. And then it can, I don't know if that helps her. That's probably way worse for Tyson. The Paul brothers, those sneaky guys, they're going to sneak up on you. And yeah, I mean, on the unofficial scorecard, the first 2 rounds were to Tyson. I mean, if this was an old school, if this was not old school, but like this was a UFC fight, an old school guy versus a young guy like this, I mean, he would have won 2 to 3 on the rounds. Non-championship fight. Mike, he's going to be so sore tomorrow. Oh, the poor guy. I bet that was great, though. I mean, and the thing is, like, I mean, think about how many opportunities, I mean, you know, probably this is the last one. I mean, the other one probably should have been the last one a long time ago, but like for Mike to be able to do this, like, this was his thing. I mean, this is his entire life. This is not just what gave him, you know, the life that he had, but I mean, and like all these athletes as well too, you start doing it from such a young age that it's really, you know, how many professions are like that where you can start and, you know, start doing it at 3-4 years old. And I don't know exactly how old he was when he started. I know. Was it Ali got into it when he was like a little bit older, like 13 or whatever, or something like that, after somebody stole his bike? But, you know, I don't know the exact Tyson storyline for the training thing. But as a kid, you know, when you can play these sports for so long and the way they can just become so entrenched in your, you know, your life and what your routine and what you enjoy is, and his ability, and I'm sure he's just like, I'm a fighter no matter what. Like, I love boxing and I would do it for, you know, $0 in front of nobody or for this, but the ability to be able to do what he loves in front of all these people like this and to have that kind of moment and to feel that victory one more time. I mean, that would have been absolutely incredible to see, but as the announcers score it, and it was not necessarily a close score, unfortunately. But honestly, like we were saying, a huge win for Tyson. Jake Paul just snubbed Tyson of a handshake, so that's no good. Okay, I think he made it back up there. Oh, and the announcer coming in with the brutal, I'm just not surprised. Yeah, nobody is. This is a 60-year-old versus a 27-year-old. Jake Paul sucks. He couldn't knock out a 60-year-old. What a bum. What a disappointment. Shout out to Mike Tyson, the legend. A couple of legends going down tonight. Victor Wembanyama, the new legend. Mike Tyson, the old legend. It's just what it is. And you know what? I think the decisions we made helped out because they were definitely some Mike to take this early. And it was, I mean, that 7-1 was close-ish. It was almost there. 18% on the punch landed for Mike Tyson to 28% for Jake Paul. Kind of an Anthony Richardson versus Caleb Williams matchup tonight. But he did it, people. He survived. That's what we wanted to see. I think at the end of the day, we wanted to see Mike Tyson walk out of the arena. I think that was the goal. Yeah, Jake Paul. Let's give it up for Mike, bro. Yeah, really tough. And for a 60-year-old to make a fight on a 27-year-old really tough, I mean, that's a win. Tyson, very professional with his answers. He said he's happy with his performance. I would agree with him, man. I mean, he knows. This is great. I mean, look at Mike Tyson. The man is jacked up fighting a 27-year-old at 60 years old. I think he's not doing too bad. And he's going to walk out of the arena. Ariel asking him about a knee brace if he was dealing with an injury. I mean, the man is 60 years old. I think a knee brace is a win for making it this far. Wow. It was an honor to get to watch this guy fight. The great Mike Tyson. We'll go watch Boomerang with Robin Givens tonight to honor him. To make sure to keep it in the family. But, wow. What a win for Jake. What a performance for Mike. What a legend. One of the greatest to ever do it. And what a stream, people. Pause. Crazy night of sports. The NBA Cup. The Mike Tyson fights. We did it, people. Unbelievable. But don't go away. We're not going away either. Stay tuned to the different social pages at Rem and Sam Pod, at Rem and Sam Podcast. We're all over the internet at that handle. So make sure to give us a follow. Stay locked onto the feed. We'll be back. We've got NFL this weekend. We're reacting to what maybe people are saying is, another Album of the Year contender with our boy Corday in the Crossroads. So stay tuned for that as well. But thank you guys for jumping on tonight. Shout out to Iron Mike Tyson. What a night. And you guys go enjoy the rest of your night as well, too. Thanks for jumping on.